No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick soundbites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I hope everyone is doing well. It is Sunday, February 11th. I believe today is the Super Bowl later on in the evening, but until that time, let's have some time together to talk about what the rest of the world is looking at and what's going to be affecting us after the Super Bowl, after Monday, going forward. When the game is over and we have to come back to reality, let's have a conversation about all of those things. Of course, throughout the entire show, we're going to be looking forward to hearing some of your comments. And as you can see on the screen, you'll be able to leave your comments on YouTube, Twitter, on Rumble, on most of the social media, Facebook, and so forth. If this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday we do a live stream with you to hear what you have to say about the issues that matter to us all. We ask you only to like, share, and subscribe because it makes a massive difference. You are not alone, whether you're in Bangladesh, you're in Peru, whether you're in Sweden, Finland, the United Kingdom, or here in the United States, coast to coast. Your voice matters, and we want to hear it every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, with all of that said, there's a lot that we're going to try and get into today, a lot that we're going to try and cover that is affecting not just the United States, but the rest of the world, and everyone is getting scared. There's a lot of fear out there because there's a lot of misunderstanding. There is a lot of feeling out there, a lot of passion, but it's not based on fact, it's based on the hype. Let's get to the reality so that we can better make decisions together going forward. That sound like a plan? I think it is. And of course, whether you agree or disagree with the channel, that is perfectly fine. We are open to hearing what you think, whether you agree with us or not. I am not a progressive. I am a conservative Republican, and that means I want to hear what you have to say so that we can get to the best answer. That being said, let's go forward. I do want to cover a couple of quick things really fast. First of all, if you did not see the Friday roundtable this week, we were interviewing Liz Lazarus. She is an author. She writes thrillers focused on female protagonists based on her real life encounter with a criminal, a stalker, someone who broke into her home, a home invasion, and what she has done in her life, both to deal with that situation and also her continuing evolution as a Second Amendment advocate, as a women's right advocate, but it's done in a thriller style. It is based on reality. I think it's very compelling, and we had a great conversation with her on the Friday Roundtable this week. I do advise to check it out. In addition to that, I did want to mention that earlier this week, we were covering local politics. We were talking about Broome County. We were talking about defunding the police. I thought it was a great conversation. And it was a wonderful window into what happens when government fails, when the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the progressives all fail the public. This was eye-opening to see what was going on. The ineptitude and dysfunction of government was on display this week, and everyone missed the point. All of the government officials, all the elected officials, all of the parties and their representatives missed the point. And it was it was obvious if you paid attention to the details. And we provide the details, and we went over this, especially what happened in our city council. And this is important, not just if you are in New York State, not just if you are in upstate New York in Broome County, but everywhere around the country, we are seeing this same microcosm played out over and over again. Politicians who were elected based on their promises, their support, saying that they were looking for a goal. This is the goal of their party that they have put in election after election after election. And then when actually given the opportunity to live up to the promises they have made to the public, they backed off, they failed, they flip-flopped, they revealed the truth. They had no intention of ever doing what they promised they would do, what they were elected to do. That's really telling, and I think people should check that out. I think it was a rather interesting conversation. But while those are the things that happened earlier this week, I do want to talk a little bit about the breaking news that's going on right now. Again, I want to hear your comments, folks. I want to hear what you have to say about all of this. And whether it's live or in the comments after the show, I want to hear what you think. The breaking news that's coming out right now is we know that in Finland, they're electing their president. And that is ongoing right now. It appears that Finland is going to become more conservative. They're going to become more right-leaning. Now, unlike in the United States, there is a big difference for what Europe and the European nations think of as right-leaning. In the United States, that would still be part of the left. Not nearly as left as the progressives or socialists, but definitely nowhere near or less near where most Republicans stand, where most on the right in America stand. But I think it's still important to highlight, and I think this is very big. We are seeing the world move to the right, to become more conservative. They are more concerned about immigration. They're more concerned about the lack of restriction on rogue nations. We're talking about Iran. We're talking about North Korea. We're talking about Russia. Nations that believe that they can begin to sweep, to have conquest, to take over other nations. We are hearing that language over and over again. We are re-entering a realm of colonization and war on a regional level, not a global level. And we've said this many times on this program before, and people really need to start taking us seriously about this. It's not going to be World War III. There is no unifying ideology on the aggressors we see on the world stage. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, they hate each other. They have nothing in common besides the fact that they despise the West, that they despise America and want to destroy America. They want to destroy the beacon of freedom that the world looks towards, the example of constitutional republic and democracy that has led the world into the most uplifting moment in history. No, it is only because of America being the beacon of freedom and opportunity that we have seen so many in the world lifted out of poverty. It has never happened to this degree, as quickly and as easily as we are seeing at this time in the world. And that's because of America. And they want to take that down. They want to destroy that. They have, for their various reasons. In China, it would be communism. In North Korea, it's because, well, he's just a maniac. Iran has its religious ideology. And with Putin in Russia, well, they're looking to regain the old glory of the former Soviet Union, of the old Russian Empire under the Tsars. That's what, these are the factions. And it doesn't work for the world. And this is why the world is in so much chaos and turmoil. Because when the United States is not leading, when the United States is not defending the capitalism, the democracy, the representative government of the people, the rest of the world falls into pieces. We have our first comment today, and that's coming from Dal. Dal says, your notifications finally popped up just now. No problem that you're late, Dal. There's never a time that's too late, whether people are watching the entire show all at once, or they get to see it in parts, or they see it afterwards. I'm always happy for you to be part of the audience. And, well, the notifications, I can only say people are getting more notifications because more people are subscribing. More people have been involved with the channel, both here on YouTube and on Rumble. And they're finally giving us a chance. This is why the algorithm is so important. Why it's so important for you to like, share, and subscribe, because it lets the powers that be, the social media giants, know that there are voices out there and we are not alone. And people do want to hear the details. They don't want 30-second summations in the mainstream news media where they give you a headline and then they move on to the next story because they have an agenda. They have a political agenda to tell you just enough to get you to do what they want, to vote the way that they want. And we know that the left-leaning news media, 80% of news media in the United States is left-leaning. They have an agenda, just like Harvard has an agenda. Bill Maher told you that himself. And he is a leftist from an elitist college. And he said himself that college is about indoctrination. And that indoctrination, they go from the college to the news media stations to push that indoctrination onto the masses in every format they can, in entertainment, in everything. The Super Bowl today will have a black national anthem. This is stupid. I said it in a video before, and I want to bring it up again. The Super Bowl today will have the American national anthem, which it should. And that will be followed by the Black national anthem. I will say again, and this is Black History Month. So the only time I'm going to mention Black History Month, let's talk about it right this second. What's the nation of black? There is no nation of black. And for people who go, well, Mike, Africa is a continent. It is not a nation. There are 36 nations on the continent of Africa. They have individual peoples, different religions, different ideologies. Much of it has been influenced for the last 15 years on China and becoming more communist. More recently in northern Africa, it's being influenced by ISIS and Al-Qaeda that were released from the prison because Joe Biden ran away from Afghanistan. And we are saying civil war and conflict throughout all of Africa. You can't tell me that's black. And if you ask any of the Africans about American black people in America, they're not African. You may be convinced on this neo-black movement or neo-African movement in America. You're not African. Ask the Africans. They will tell you that. From various nations, going from Egypt all the way down to South Africa, including Chad and Ethiopia, Nigeria, they will tell you, you're not. You may want to adopt that culture, but you're not African. So when we see this Black national anthem, that is just an insertion of politics into the Super Bowl to divide people, to put a subliminal message in your mind. Actually, it's not even subliminal. They're slapping your face with politics, saying this is about unfairness on various levels. They always no matter what the event these days, whether it's a song or a movie or a TV show, a comic book, there is no format at this point, whether it's entertainment or news, where they're not trying to shove progressive ideology down your throat. And I know we're all tired of it. It's really upsetting. Wow, we've got a lot of comments here. By the way, folks, if I'm looking at the screen, I can't see your comments. When I turn, that's when I can see the comments. So if I don't see it immediately, I apologize. And eventually, when YouTube decides that we have enough time, people have watched the show enough, they will eventually allow us to have super chats so I can see your comments a little bit faster. But Dow says, speaking of the media, The Guardian, which is out of the United Kingdom, is about to perform layoffs based on reporting from the Times in the United Kingdom. Yeah, we're seeing this across all news media outlets. Going woke is making all outlets, all forms of entertainment and news close. They're going broke because bias, how do I say this? It's one thing to have some bias, some undercurrent of your political ideology in all the things that you do. It is another thing to slap people in the face 24/7 with nothing but your political ideology and not giving them any substance that they're actually looking for. When you go to the movies, you're not looking to get a political lecture, but that's what they're trying to do right now. When you're reading a comic book, you're not trying to live the modern world, you're in a fantasy. You want to be taken away from the troubles of the world. Same thing with music, same thing. And with news, you want the news, not the political approved message about the news, but the news itself. But we'll try and get into that. So and people are rejecting it. That's why no one trusts the mainstream news media, because they're not honest. And we're seeing that constantly. Dow goes on to say, the popular pushback right now is that the, quote, black national anthem is a black cultural Christian hymn written for Abraham Lincoln and performed for him. Well, let's remember, that would be a Republican. So the black national anthem was written at the time to support the Republican Party and Abraham Lincoln as they were freeing the slaves. But let's also remember, freeing the slaves wasn't the purpose of the United States Civil War. That was not the main objective. It was maybe fifth on the list of things that they were dealing with. It was about states' rights. It was about the power of the state and the power of the federal government. It was about keeping the Union together. It was about economics. And as a result of all of that, it was also about slavery. Slavery was tacked on because if they didn't resolve it then, it would have been a recurring issue. We couldn't have that difference of slavery's legal here and not legal there. We could not say a unified nation with that major dividing point. And that's something to keep in mind. Lincoln and the Republicans in the 1800s, 1860s, recognized that our nation could not move forward with division at its core. We had to be a unified nation with a unified ideology. We had to go forward, all of us, in the same understanding. Not that everyone would agree, but that we had to have this unified, singular purpose. Otherwise, the nation would fall apart. It would be divided. And that's what we're seeing today. CRT, the intersectional ideology, the ranking of people, equity, where you're constantly dividing groups into smaller and smaller groups and categories. You're not a human. You're just the summation of a bunch of categories that have arbitrary ratings and preferences. That is destructive to a society. It is destructive to a nation. They understood that in the 1860s, and that's why they dealt with slavery then. But look at what we are doing today. Safe spaces, self-segregation, the voluntary segregation we are seeing across this nation. It's not beneficial, folks. We are going backwards. And it's not the Republicans taking you backwards. It's the progressives. They're the ones who are pushing for safe spaces and segregation. They're the ones who are trying to tell you that if you're born white, you are evil. And if you're born a minority, black or Hispanic or a woman, well, then you're a victim. And both groups have no power to change that. Only government can change it because you're not human. You don't have agency. That's insulting. And it's evil, in our opinion. You may disagree, but that's what we believe. Let me go on to some of the other comments here. Graham has said, I've heard that the nation of black is the descendants of Israel, one of the 12 tribes that were dispersed after the rule of Solomon. I believe that's the black Hebrew ideology. It's a religious ideology. I know very little about it. Some people believe that. Fantastic. Some people believe in black supremacy. Some people believe in white supremacy. I don't believe in any of that. I believe in nations and peoples and individuals with agency. People can believe whatever you want to believe religiously. I have nothing to do with that. This channel doesn't talk about religion. We talk about politics. But I have heard of that. But let's be very clear. There is no nation of black. There is no black national anthem. There is the American national anthem. That's it. And that's the only thing that should be played at every event that happens, whether it's a sporting event, an entertainment event. If it's about the United States, we have one anthem and one anthem alone. Anything else is destructive to our society, and it should be rejected, period. You want to play the black national anthem? Fantastic. Mute the game and play it in your home. Play it for you and your friends. Go onto YouTube and mute the game and play it there. But but live? No, absolutely not. And I've yet to hear an argument that says, well, no, Mike, that's what we should be doing. I've heard a lot of feelings, but not a lot of reasoning, because it is divisive. And everyone who goes, well, no, we have to do this, they are promoting division, and they're trying to justify the separation and segregation of people across this nation, which is destructive. And they don't want to address the absolute destruction, the absolute negative impact this has long term. They just don't want to talk about it, but they know it's there. Let me go on. Let's see. Hot Chicks is with us. Hello, Hot Chicks. And by the way, hello, Graham. Hello, Hot Chicks. Glad to see you both here with me. Graham goes on to say, Michael, was Israel a nation before 1967 or only after the Balfour Declaration of that year? No, it was the nation of Israel was created in 1948. And theoretically or historically, there was a nation of Israel in the past as well. So, and I know there's a lot of dispute about that. The one thing we know for sure is there was no nation of Palestine. There was in Egypt, there's been a Jordan, there's been a Syria, there's history on that. We know those nations have existed, whether the Ottomans were there or we're talking about the Genghis Khan Empire, Alexander the Great. These nations did exist. Palestine did not. Palestine are the leftover losers of the wars of the Middle East. And these are the people that were rejected by all the other countries. That's just a fact. Palestinians don't like that. It's not a great history to live up to, but it's the reality of what happened in the Middle East. But yes, Israel has existed long before this. By the way, folks, for those who are watching the program on Rumble, I am going back and forth periodically to check out what's being said on the Rumble channel. So if I don't see your comments on Rumble immediately, don't worry. I am checking back from time to time. I know that we have an audience on Rumble that is far larger than our audience on YouTube or Facebook. And I thank you. I thank you, each and every person on Rumble, for watching the program. So let me see, where did we leave off? So we were talking about, Neb kind of was talking about what's happening in Finland, the fact that the world is moving towards a more conservative viewpoint. We have gone too far towards socialism and communism. It has infected everything in our lives, not just in the United States, not just in the European Union or the United Kingdom, but everywhere in the world. I mean, look at how it's impacted Canada. We know for a fact that Canada, Trudeau, who idolizes Mao and the communist system of China, he took this ideology, this progressive mentality, and used it to punish his people, the truckers and the protesters in Canada, and abused his power, as the courts in Canada have now detailed. He abused his power. He politically attacked people based on their political ideology because it was unapproved, because it didn't match the progressive mindset, and he was wrong. He's guilty. It was a crime. That's not me saying that. Canada said that. So it's good to see that nations around the world, Finland, Sweden, Italy, so many nations are moving more and more conservative, or like Argentina with President Milei going more libertarian. It is a good thing overall, I think. But we'll see exactly what the results of that election will be shortly. In the meantime, the other breaking news that came out a couple of hours ago, just before the program, is now we are hearing through the mainstream news media, the left-leaning news media, have now struck upon NATO says Trump, his comments, undermine all of the security. President Trump has gone too far. He is destroying NATO. And do I have it highlighted here? I think, is it? Sorry. When I switch screens, sometimes I lose it. Essentially, I don't know if it was this one or, give me a second. I want to check which article. Here it is. By the way, folks, links to everything that I am showing you on the screen, everything that we're discussing, will be in the comments at the end, will be in the description of the show at the end of the program, so that you'll be able to see this all in full context, every source for yourself. Almost every single source we use is only from a left-leaning, internationally credible source. Almost everything. 95% of everything we do. So please, don't think it's because I'm right-leaning and I'm only looking at the voices of the right. This is from the left. And the BBC goes on to tell us that this breaking news about NATO, the conflict between President Trump and NATO, is old news. I think this is important. The thing that we are seeing right now, oh my God, NATO is terrified of Trump. Trump is going to end NATO. He's going to support Putin. He's going to support the bad guys. No, that's not even close to true. That is a blatant lie that is being told to you to make you submit, to obey, to hold your head down and go along with the approved message. This is political propaganda. And I can say that with absolute clarity because I want you to see this. In the BBC coverage of this, Trump says he would encourage Russia to attack NATO allies who did not pay. Notice they only quote encourage. There's a reason why they were very, very selective about this. Because if you actually look at what was being said, what is the context of this? This is political. This is meant to try and shake Trump from his support, to try and put a wedge in there and to give people question. For those who are on the left, who are progressive, who think that Trump is somehow a criminal or insurrectionist, this is red meat for them to try and motivate them to show up in the election and to vote against Donald Trump. Orange man bad. It's not in favor of Biden. This isn't supporting Democrats. It's anyone but orange man bad. That's what this article is about. That's why they're only quoting one word of what Trump actually said. Only one word. I want to point this out because this is how news becomes propaganda. They made up, this is their opinion of what happened, except for that one quote. Because the BBC immediately tells you in their article that they have basically forgotten about. Do not expect you to see this. They do not expect you to research and learn about this. The conversation already happened. This is a past event. This isn't new news. This isn't something that Trump's saying he will do in the future. This is a commentary and a conversation Trump already had when he was president. I think this is critical because the breaking news isn't telling people that he said this in the past in a meeting while he was president. And the world didn't end. NATO didn't fall apart. Russia was not empowered. Iran did not attack the EU or Israel. China didn't decide to go into Taiwan. ISIS and Al-Qaeda and the Taliban were not raging across not just the Middle East, but North Africa. It didn't happen. But they want you to be afraid. They want you to be terrified. They want you to be misinformed by the truth because they leave out the essentials. In the past, President Trump had a conversation with the members of NATO who were not paying their dues to NATO, which the United States pays more than our due. We cover for other nations. Most of the nations of NATO do not pay the 2% they're supposed to be paying. They aren't funding enough. And President Trump doesn't want to carry their weight. This is America's debt. Because they're not paying their part, that is hurting the American economy. It is making Americans poor by devaluing the dollar, inflating our prices, because in part we are paying for the other NATO countries to do what NATO is supposed to be doing around the world. It's unfair, and it is detrimental to the United States. And so one of the nations, as reported, again, this is from the BBC. This is the international left-leaning news media telling you the truth. That what happened is that one of the nations, which I believe, and I have no proof and verification of this part, I believe that it was France, because we have heard French Prime Minister Trudeau, French President Trudeau, not Trudeau, the French president, I can't think of his name right now. The French president has said directly that he wants to take the European Union and align them with China, that they are trying to make a political switch. They're giving up on being an ally of America, a nation that has saved France twice, and he wants to now align with China and the Chinese government that is more socialist and more restrictive than the 1930s Germans. And that's who he wants. He's already made the statement. He's already said that he wants to take all of France and align them with China, not the United States. So if that's what he's trying to do right now, I'm not surprised. And I know France is not paying its full NATO share. So it wouldn't surprise me if they were the nation that President Trump was talking to, and France asked, well, if they get attacked and they're not paying their full amount, would Trump support them 100%? And he said no. Why? Because he wants them to pay. It is a threat. It is a fear tactic. It is diplomacy. It's diplomacy with a big stick. Because the United States has never not supported our allies in NATO and our allies around the world, but the news media today wants you to think this is what's going to happen in the future. Trump is going to abandon them. He didn't abandon anyone when he said this and he was president. Why do we think he's going to abandon them in the future? There's no evidence that would make us believe that. But, remember, it's okay when Joe Biden, as vice president, goes to the Ukraine and uses a big stick, United States funding, and tells the Ukraine that if they don't fire people who are investigating Joe Biden's family for crimes that he may have committed in the Ukraine, and that if they don't get rid of that investigation, if they don't fire the people investigating Joe Biden's family for corruption, then they will lose their funding. That's okay. Joe Biden can have all the conversations about that publicly and laugh and joke about it because it's just fun. And that's not considered to be dangerous or corrupt or in any way negative. But when Trump details a story of the past, well, that means the future is all about authoritarianism. It's the end of freedom in the world and NATO will fail. No, that is a lie. They're just counting on you not being informed. They're counting on you not doing the homework, not paying attention to the details. They assume you are only reading the headline, and people are. They're reading the headline going, see, Trump, he's going to destroy NATO. No, he's not, because he didn't. If he actually wanted to destroy NATO, if he actually wanted to follow up on that threat, he had the opportunity, because this is all about the past. This isn't the future. This is the past we're talking about. And the news media is purposefully not putting that in the headline. They're not telling you that. Now, this was such a non-event under the presidency of Donald Trump that no one cared. You didn't hear this article. You didn't hear this news, this fear under the Trump presidency. It was not important because everyone understood at that time he was making a point. He was making a threat. Carry your weight. You're part of NATO. Be fully invested in NATO. Because if you're not living up to your obligations, this isn't a suggestion. This is your obligation. And if you're not fully vested in it, if you're letting someone else carry your load, then you're not going to get everything you're supposed to get from that deal. If you're not doing what you're supposed to do, why should you get the full reward? You shouldn't, which makes sense. It makes perfect sense as a business and as a nation. If you're not doing what you promised and are obligated to do, why should I give you 100% of the reward that is part of that guarantee, part of that contract? It's pretty straightforward. Even on the left, you have to understand that. It makes sense. You didn't put in 100% of the work, you're not going to get 100% of the results. Period. It's very simple. And that's what he said then, and it wasn't major international news. Nobody was saying that Trump was trying to destroy NATO then, but they are saying it now. Why? Because Trump is beating Biden in virtually every single poll for the last 6 months, and he's going to be the Republican nominee, and he is likely going to win the election. And they don't like it. That he's not the approved candidate. They want someone weak and malleable, someone who is a failure that they can run roughshod against. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Macron, thank you. Thank you guys, Macron. I just couldn't think of his name for some reason. Okay, and Graham, and referring back to Israel, was Israel a nation prior to 1967? He got his time frame mixed up. He meant in 1947, 1948. Was Israel a nation before then? Yes. In the past, it has been a nation of its own, but that's going back further in history, prior to World War II, prior to the industrialization of the world. Yes, in the past, even in the Middle Ages, we can see there was a nation of Israel. It was broken up, defeated in some battles. The people spread across the world. But yeah, it has existed over time. But again, thank you everyone for pointing out that I was looking at Macron. And let's see here. Jan is with us. Hello, Jan. President Trump was right about everything. Jan says that President Trump was right about everything, the spying, the corruption, etc. Well, a lot of what President Trump has had to say in the past is coming out to be verified and true. And so it's very telling that his warnings, his arguments, his everything is coming out and becoming very accurate. Now, again, I've got to say, sorry, I'm checking on Rumble right now, checking on the comments there, so bear with me. Sorry, I was just checking on Rumble to see where they're at, if there's any comments there. But I'm trying to bring daylight to the propaganda that is surrounding us, that if you're casually looking at the news, you're going to miss. And you're meant to. Again, let me point to this very clearly. This is the article from the BBC that NATO is reacting to. And NATO has to react because the BBC and the rest of the New York Times, the left-leaning news media, has made this assertion as if it is the future. They're reacting to the news media report, not President Trump. Because even in the news media, they have to admit this was a conversation that already happened when Trump was president. They're not emphasizing that. They're not telling you that this is a past event. And NATO survived. NATO was not damaged. NATO was not attacked, nor were they encouraged to be attacked. In fact, the only time that NATO got attacked was after Joe Biden failed in Afghanistan. That was the inciting moment. That was the trigger for everything that we have seen in the world since. Joe Biden's retreat, absolute failure in Afghanistan, is the domino that set everything into effect as we see it right now. It was only after Joe Biden failed in Afghanistan, abandoning 5,000 Americans, at least 200 of which are currently being tortured by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban. This is coming from Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, in May of 2023. March of 2023. He spoke before Congress. We showed you the video of that. He actually admitted Americans are being tortured right now. Hundreds of Americans are being tortured right now, abandoned by Joe Biden in 2021. And when Putin saw that weakness, when Chairman Xi of China saw that weakness, when the Ayatollah of Iran saw that weakness, they all said, we have a green light, go. This is not a strong leader. He won't even protect his own people because he's so worried about the next election. He's so worried about his political future that he's willing to give up the lives of his own citizens, that the president is obligated, that every government is obligated to take care of its people, to defend its people. It is the purpose of government, is to defend the people. And Joe Biden gave that up and said it doesn't matter, and just left them and told you a lie. And we know it is a lie. It has been verified multiple times by the State Department, by Antony Blinken, by the Biden administration. They have admitted they have left not just the 100 people that Joe Biden promised you on September 1st, but hundreds, thousands of Americans. We know this today. But the news media doesn't want to talk about that because you might not vote for Joe Biden, and they have to fortify the 2024 election. They have to make sure that you vote for Joe Biden because Orange Man bad. Don't think about any of the actions that led to the problems we have today that started with Joe Biden and his policies and his quest for power. Don't think about that. Just think Orange Man bad, so you have to vote for Joe Biden no matter what. That's the fortification of 2024. It is almost exactly the fortification of 2020, as reported by Time magazine, and told us the truth. The shadow cabal of social media giants, of independent businesses, and political organizations working in conjunction with the news media to make sure you only choose one choice, the approved choice. But let's go forward. Let's go forward because I think this is important. So the news media is misquoting and out of context and talking about President Trump to terrify you, to make you scared, to make you think that, well, things will get worse if you elect President Trump, even though none of the bad things they're promising you is going to happen, they've already happened under Biden. And they are going on right now, but you're not supposed to think about it. Okay. I think that's really important. And again, that's the breaking news. Hey, John Cordisco is with us, folks. And John Cordisco is part of the Cordisco's Corner. He has a show on YouTube, and he's been doing very well, close to 10,000 subscribers. Good for him. I'm very happy about that. Happy for anyone to have success, regardless of our success. We just want to get to 5,000 subscribers this year. John's already well on his way to 10,000. We're happy to hear that. And John says, hey, Mike, a hell of a mess, isn't this? It is, John. It is. And it's going to be even worse of a mess if we keep allowing these news media organizations and social media to corral the people with fear into one path, to just do one thing. Oh my God, aren't you scared? Aren't you afraid? Well, we're going to do something, not something efficient, not something effective, not something that's going to be a benefit. It's all about power. They're going to do something, and you have to vote for them, or else you're the bad person. You're MAGA. You're right wing. You're anti-jab. You are the bad guy. In every one of these descriptions, in these stories, they're telling you just enough to make you do what they want without letting you know the context that would otherwise make you say, I'm not going to support that. That's called that's propaganda, folks. That is the exact purpose and creation of propaganda, to lead you to support a political ideology and individuals that you would not normally support under any other means because you have been misled. It's terrifying. John goes on to say, like a wounded animal that's cornered, the Democrats will lash out at anyone, and they are. If you do not obey, they will attack you. And look at what they do. They attack the leftists. They attack the progressives. They attack anyone the second they leave the reservation. If they say anything that is not exactly approved that second, no matter how much of an ally they were in the past, they are now subject to being thrown under the bus and treated like everyone else. You don't have to believe me. Look at it yourself. Look at all those rappers, 50 Cent, I think it's Drake, or I don't know who the rappers are. I really don't. But I know it's 50 Cent, and I think it's Drake, and I think it's Lil Wayne. They've all come out and they said, oh, you know what? I would vote for President Trump. The economy was better under Trump. The world was more stable under Trump. Trump has a plan. He's seen as a strong leader. They would vote for him rather than continuing the incompetence and ineptitude that we see under Biden-Harris. And they are demonized for that. Oh, well, we hate you now. We've been supporting you. You've been great successes, but now we have to throw you under a bus. You're now no longer black. You're no longer respectable, and we have to ostracize you. This is like the McCarthy era, McCarthyism. For those who aren't familiar, this is back in the 1950s, the Red Scare, where we had Congressman McCarthy running around saying, oh, I think you're a part of the Communist Party, and destroying people's lives. No proof, no evidence, just an accusation. Accusation equals guilt. That is modern America. Accusation equals guilt. Therefore, you must be guilty. They say, you're not a progressive, so you must be a bad guy. And they don't need any proof. They don't need any evidence. They just need emotion. And they are very successful at that. John goes on to say the number one rapper in the world is Ben Shapiro. Wouldn't know. I don't follow, believe it or not, folks, I tend not to follow anything on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. I don't watch any of that stuff. I really don't. I don't watch the mainstream, not on any regular basis. That would include Ben Shapiro. I like them, just I don't necessarily, Ben has issues sometimes. And I don't care about entertainment. I just don't. I watch anime, I play video games, and I watch the news. That's it. Don't care about the Super Bowl. Don't care. I don't know who's playing. I don't care. Someone told me about Taylor Swift. Don't know what that's about. Don't care. Don't care. You may care. That's fine. I'm perfectly fine. If that's something that you're interested in, fantastic. I don't. Because no matter what you're saying about Taylor Swift in the Super Bowl, no matter who wins the Super Bowl, tomorrow we're still going to be dealing with Iran. We're still going to be attacked by the Houthi rebels. We're still fighting against Hezbollah in Jordan, in Syria, in Iraq. We still have to figure out what we're doing with the Ukraine and Israel and the Americans being held hostage by Hamas at this moment still. Something that the news media desperately does not want to discuss whatsoever. Yeah, we're still dealing with these things. We still have a budget that we have to pass at some point. Yeah, I have different issues that I'm concerned about. I don't care about the Super Bowl. I don't care about Taylor Swift. But that's me. That's just me. Now, if anyone wants to further discuss this, I am more than happy to have that conversation about what's going on with NATO, what's going on with President Trump. And I hope I have debunked this lie, this fear tactic that is circling around the world right now, because they're trying to say that's what's going to happen in the future. It's already something that happened in the past, and it wasn't a problem until the news media told you you should be afraid. Then, and only then, has it become a problem. Because everyone understood at the time, this was a message to, I believe, France, saying, step up, you have an obligation, live up to your obligations. By the way, France they have enough problems of their own. Macron is really a complete failure in and of himself. What is this? What do I have here? Did I screw up? No, I didn't. There it is. Bear with me 1 second. There it is. So, this is also part of that right-leaning movement, that change in the world towards a more conservative outlook. What are we seeing? France is getting rid of birthright citizenship, something that's been talked about here in the United States. We're hearing more and more nations, especially in the European Union, talk about this issue that President Trump has talked about, that is being talked about in America, that just because you're born on the soil, people, illegal aliens, refugees, people are taking advantage of that. They literally will book a flight or a trip in a boat to land in America for pregnant women just so that they can give birth in America, which therefore gives that child a birthright. Same thing with France. And so now that increases the burden because we don't want to separate the family, the mom, the dad, and the child. We don't want to separate them. So since the child is a citizen, we have to extend that courtesy to the parents so that they can live here. But that only increases our burden. It's not actually benefiting because they did it on purpose. It's a loophole in the law, and they're taking advantage of that loophole in the law. And France, even Macron, has recognized that and said, you know what? Let's get rid of the loophole. Birthright, just because you were born on French soil doesn't make you a French citizen. This is what they are looking at in France right now. This is their answer to illegal immigration and the fake asylum seekers oh, you're just trying to find a way to get citizenship. You just want to leech off of our government. Fantastic. We're going to close that loophole. You no longer can use that as a way to get around so that when they find out, oh, your asylum claim is fake, you have to go back. Oh, you illegally entered our nation. You're not supposed to be here. You have no authorization, no documentation. You are a criminal. You have to go. Oh, but you had a baby in the meantime? I guess we have to keep you now. Even though you're a criminal, even though you've tried to take advantage of the system several times, now we have to keep you because, well, you had a kid. This is how you get rid of that. Or at least this is the message. It's not coming from Trump. This isn't coming from Republicans. This is Europe. The ultra-liberal, leftist-leaning, socialist Europe. This is coming from France. The guys who are trying to buddy up with China. It should tell you something. The world is becoming more conservative because progressive socialist ideology has failed every single country it has been tried in. And when people apply those socialist progressive ideologies in every country, they fail. Every single time. The left may not like to have to live up to that, to explain that, but it is a reality. And even the far left in France cannot deny the truth. That illegal immigration is an international problem because the more you follow the UN, the more you allow the UN to dictate how your nation is going to be run, the more you have the EU deciding internal politics of a nation, a sovereign nation, the more screwed up it gets. It's just a fact. It's uncontrovertible. I said that word wrong. I know I did. But that's all right. Uncontrovertible? Uncontrovertible? It's something like ircontrovertible, uncontrovertible. I don't recall at the moment. But I wanted to point that out because, again, the mainstream news media isn't really talking about the failure of immigration politics in Europe, even as they try and tell you, oh, we have to, in the United States, we have to adopt the European model. But Europe is rejecting that model. Europe has understood it has failed, that it is problematic. It is not a benefit to them, and they're trying to find an exit strategy out of their policy, even as progressives in the United States are saying we have to adopt it. Why should we adopt a failed policy? It makes no sense. It makes no sense whatsoever. And at the same time, it's not the only failed policy that we are seeing that is coming from Europe that has been affecting the United States, that the Europeans, the rest of the world, are trying to get rid of, even as the progressives here in the United States, even as the academics in the United States are saying, no, we have to adopt it. They want us to be more like Europe, even as Europe is saying, nope, that doesn't work. It's kind of like the United States spends $2.6 billion a year to try and convince the world to be California, even though people in California don't want to be Californians. They're leaving the state. It has failed. But we're trying to convince the world, be like California. $200 million to Pakistan alone, to be like California, even though the people in California don't want to be there, including the family of Gavin Newsom, do not want to be in California. They moved to Florida instead. They're moving to Texas instead because it is a failed state. The policies don't work. And part of that movement away from failure is what we see here in the United Kingdom. They're backing away from climate change. Climate change isn't working. Climate change isn't going to save the world. It isn't the biggest issue in the world. How many times have you heard Joe Biden say, the biggest problem facing the world is climate change? No, it's not. No, it is not. Ask the people in Israel. Ask the Americans being held hostage by Hamas. Ask the Americans who are being tortured in Afghanistan by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Ask the people in the Sudan who are in another civil war because of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Ask them if they agree with that. Let's go around the world. We can point out to people, no, climate change isn't the preeminent problem everyone is dealing with, and it isn't connected to everything. It isn't. Climate change is not affecting Iran in trying to kill everyone they consider an infidel. That's not it. The Ayatollah didn't say, well, the temperature is not quite right, so let's go kill everyone in Israel. That's not what he said. He's not having a war with Saudi Arabia or with Syria or in Iraq or with Hamas. He's not having wars because he's worried about whether or not it's going to rain tomorrow. It's just not a fact. It's not a reality. China isn't going to invade Taiwan because they're worried about what the temperature is. Russia isn't into Ukraine because of global warming. Just not a reality. And because this reality is dawning even on the progressive left, they cannot avoid this. They cannot do anything about it. They have finally looked at and realized that every single year since 1958, every single prediction by the climatologists has been a failure. They have never been right, not once. We have thrown money after money after money, government funding up the wazoo. We have spent more on climate change since 1958 than many countries around the world have as a GDP. That is a fact. We have made more changes in the world since 2015. The United States has led the world in greenhouse gas reduction. Doesn't work. And the only way it can work is if every single nation in the world, including China and India and the continent of Africa, they have to 100% be behind the green energy movement to even start to fix the problem. The other part is we have to have better batteries, which we don't have. We have to figure out better transmission, which we can't do. We have to have better collection, which we can't achieve. Solar is something we've been working on for 80 years, and it's still not effective or efficient. That's just a fact. You can do it, but considering the amount of materials and greenhouse gases you have to create, the amount of energy you have to put in to get the solar rate, it never works out. How many times, study after study, they have found that if you put solar panels on your housing, you won't get your money back. It'll take 80 years, 100 years to get back the investment you've made for that green energy. It's not effective. It's not efficient. Maybe one day it will be. That day is not today, and it's not going to be tomorrow either. That's a fact. And even Europe is seeing this, and they know the rest of the public have been watching this for more than a decade and said, it's not working. It's not real. And it isn't the most important thing that we have to deal with right now. It isn't. And they're starting to back away. And you're hearing less and less about the Greta Thunbergs of the world. And you're watching more and more of the extremists like Just Stop Oil and Antifa. We're watching these extremists, and they're doing what they always have done. It's not the first time that they've been gluing themselves to streets, that they're gluing themselves to art, that they're destroying people's lives, throwing paint on them. This isn't new. They've been doing these terror tactics forever, since the beginning. They're radicals. They haven't changed their tactics. But we're now starting to look at them going, well, that's just unrealistic. It's not beneficial. And it's not the most important thing that we as a world and as a country that we have to deal with. It's just not. So, and that's whether you, and again, I'm more than happy to hear from people who disagree. Mike, no. Climate change is the most important issue in the world. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. What are you willing to give up? You have to give up your cell phones. You got to give up your iPhones, your iPads, your computers. You got to give up your lattes and your Starbucks coffee. Start with that. Let's start there. Oh, you don't want to give those things up. Oh, okay. Well, then you're not being serious. Oh, we need more electricity. Okay. We've done that. Why don't you believe in nuclear then? The cleanest, most reliable, most beneficial, most energy being generated in the most clean way possible. But the left won't support more nuclear plants. No, they want them closed down too. Well, then you're really not looking for the solution, are you? No, they have an agenda. And that agenda is failing. Just like everything in the progressive socialist ideology, it always fails. And everything they're doing is they've gone woke and they're going broke. So I wanted to highlight that. Yes, by the way, folks, let me be clear. We are getting to. We're getting to SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States. We're getting to Tucker Carlson, and his interview with Putin, and we're getting to what was the other one? And some of the other more relevant news. But I wanted to cover these big things. I know that we're getting to it. We're getting there. But we have to understand what's going on in the world to understand how these things are affecting us. Because if we don't understand that, that's how we get led by the nose, and that's how the news media gets to do things like they did, like they are doing, in reference to Trump and NATO, where they lie to us. They tell us out of context, oh, this is the thing you're going to be afraid of tomorrow. Yeah, but it was something that happened yesterday. It wasn't a problem then. Why would it be a problem in the future? It didn't do. We're going to have World War III. If you ever elect Trump, it'll be World War III. We did elect Trump. It wasn't World War III. Trump is going to turn the world he's going to turn America into an authoritarian nation. He'll be a dictator. He was already president. He didn't do that. He already gave up power. It didn't happen. But he's going to do it next time. Why? What's the difference? He already was there. It doesn't make sense. But, logic is not necessary for propaganda. It just has to get an emotion. It just has to emotionally move you and provide power to elites. And again, I want you to understand the fear is there. They have plenty of fear that they are working off of. This is coming out. This is foreignpolicy.com, I believe. And it was Russia could be. Russia could be a threat to NATO in 3 to 5 years. Now, if you ask Poland, they'll tell you that's absolutely true. You ask the Baltic nations, we're talking about Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they'll tell you absolutely it's true. If you ask Finland right now, they'll tell you it's true. That's why Finland is building a wall. That's why Poland has a wall, and they're making it stronger, because they believe that Russia will do this. But remember, it was only, it was the Obama administration when Obama, 2012, was laughing at the idea that Russia was a threat. They laughed. Why? Because they wanted Obama to get reelected. Because they didn't want you to be afraid then. It wasn't useful. Because Republicans were telling you, this is a problem and we have to plan for it. We have to be ready for it. We have to deal with this now, not later. And what did Obama do? He laughed at it and he gave the Crimea to Russia. He appeased them. He did what Neville did. Neville Chamberlain. He's the guy from World War II whose answer to Adolf Hitler was to give Germany land. and hoped that by appeasing them, they would stop. That's the Chamberlain plan. And Obama did that. He gave the Crimea to Russia, which created the environment for what we see right now. If you gave us some of it, well, we can go and get more of it. That's part of why Putin is in the Ukraine right now. It's because of Obama. Because Obama didn't take the threat seriously. Because Obama was using that laughter, that mocking tone to get votes. He had no understanding of the consequences of what he was doing. No understanding of the consequences. And those consequences are something we are living with right now. And Biden doesn't understand the consequences of what he is doing now. And Poland and the Baltic nations and Finland, they are on the front line, and they have a very clear understanding. They believe that within 3 to 5 years, Russia is going to attack. Gee, I want you to think about something, folks. If you have been following this channel consistently, what have we said? By 2028, there will be 3 simultaneous regional wars going on around the world. That's going to be in Europe, Eastern Europe. You're going to see a regional war. You're going to see the Middle East, regional war. That would include North Africa. And we're seeing that Southeast Asia is another war. That's China going after Taiwan, North Korea going after South Korea, that threatening Japan, the Philippines, and Australia. These are all happening. And the time frame of all of these events seem to coincide with 2028. We have heard from Air Force generals, U.S. military generals that have all said, you can expect that somewhere between 2025 and 2028 that you will see war starting in Southeast Asia. And now we see NATO. And we see the fear that, Eastern Europe, Ukraine isn't the end. It's the beginning. If we have weak leaders who have no foreign policy plan and they do not know how to lead and stand up against these rogue nations. But you can complain about Taylor Swift. You can be upset with a black rapper. You can say, Orange Man bad, but that doesn't fix the problem. That's not a solution. That's not going to make the world safer for anyone. And if the world isn't safe, by the way, as we reminded you last week, the price of rice is going up, not down. There's going to be a shortage, hopefully temporary, but a shortage of rice. This is on top of the global food crisis that we have been in since 2022. The fact that there is 30 to 40% less food in the world at this moment, and that's going to get worse in 2024 and 2025. There's less food being made in the world. And now we have rice, which is being delayed. And again, that's a shortage of rice. Why? Because of the Houthi rebels. The Houthis, who under the direction of Iran, their puppets, are attacking, those terrorists are attacking every ship in the Red Sea. All those American ships and those ships that are America's allies. They've been attacking British ships, Japanese ships, Israeli ships, and American ships, denying us food and goods around the world, driving the price up. Because as there is more fear and there is a shortage of the goods, the prices increase and there is more inflation. This is what you can expect. And as we said last week, don't panic, just buy 10% more. When you go to the store, buy 10% more food, more grain, more rice, more wheat, more flour, canned foods, foods that will last a long time. Buy 10% more. We have been saying that since February of 2022. If you listen to us then, you have saved an enormous amount of money. Going forward, you will still save money. And I'm telling you now, so that when they start reporting, and we already know it's coming, we already know that the ships are being delayed, that they are being stopped, that they are being attacked, that the food, rice in particular, are being not hitting the markets because of the Red Sea battles that are going on, and that is affecting the cost around the world. We already know that. That was reported last week internationally. It wasn't on CNN. It wasn't on MSNBC. Joe Biden won't tell you this so that you can be prepared. No. They want you to be afraid. They want the shock and awe because it helps them, they believe, in their election bid. I don't believe that. I think you should be informed. I don't believe in the shock and awe impact. I want you to be fed and to be able to feed others affordably. So take my advice, buy 10% more every time you go to the store. That's it. That's how we resolve that. At least that's how I believe we resolve it. That's what we have been doing on this channel, and we have been effective and efficient with our audience, which is why we want to help grow this audience. Again, let me say, if you've been with us for the last hour and 15 minutes, as we're covering the international news, I hope you found this to be entertaining, informative, thought-provoking, regardless of your political affiliation. I don't care if you're on the left or the right, and somewhere in between. You could be a libertarian, a conservative. It's perfectly fine. I hope this has given you thought that MSNBC, CNN, the mainstream news media do not want you to have. It is critical. And if we have succeeded in that, if I have entertained you, fine. Then I hope you will give us a like, a share, and subscribe so that we can help others have that same exact result, whether it's entertainment or information, thought-provoking. Let others have that too. So, that being said, hey, if I don't ask to grow this channel, it won't grow. Because it's certainly not going to happen because of YouTube, who try to hide this channel from the public. They suppress us on a regular basis. We have shown the evidence of that suppression many, many times over, where is it? Is it this one? We have shown you many, many times how YouTube, Facebook, the social media giants, Instagram, how they have selectively tried to find ways to shut us down, to restrict our voice, to not let you hear what is being said and what others do hear and what they do feel, because we've seen this over and over again. Okay, let me go on. Let me move forward a little bit here. Let me check on, okay, just checking on Rumble to see the comments there. By the way, we have actually, believe it or not, we have more people who watch this program on Rumble than we do on YouTube or on Facebook, like by a factor of 10, like almost, it's like 10 times. Oh, well, 3 to 10 times as many people watch us on YouTube and, on Rumble that watch us on Facebook. It's amazing. Or YouTube. So we're almost to the domestic America, but I want you to remember, as you're watching the Super Bowl today, as you're being distracted, I want you to understand the war is escalating. They keep saying, oh, it might escalate. It did escalate. It escalated October 7th. It started escalating 4 months ago when the United States, 34 Americans were killed by Hamas out of the blue. That's a fact. That was the escalation. That was Iran escalating the conflict in the Middle East. When they attacked Israelis and they attacked Americans, the Nepalese, the United Kingdom, when they attacked us all out of the blue, civilians killed them, tortured them, captured them, made them hostages, and sexually abused them. Remember, it took the news media 2.5 months before they finally said something we were saying in October, that Hamas was sexually abusing the women and the hostages. It took the mainstream news media 2 months, and now they stopped talking about it. Why? Because we're talking about 2024. And it makes Joe Biden look inept. He didn't bring the hostages home. Thailand did. Thailand got their people home, not the United States. The biggest military in the world, the world leader, the nation that people are terrified of, the United States, could not get our hostages home. Thailand can. And you can't tell me who the president of Thailand is. And he got his people home. Joe Biden didn't. And you're not supposed to think about that or even remember that there are still hostages being held by Hamas to this second who are being tortured. You're not supposed to think about that because you might not vote for Joe Biden in 2024 if you did. We've been talking about this since October. This has been a setup. This is why they don't talk about the hostages, because it might affect the election. It might make Joe Biden look weak and inept. Therefore, we don't hear it. We know that the United States is right now, the CIA chief, this is interesting, the CIA chief for the United States is going over to the Middle East to talk with Hamas about getting the American hostages back. Why is the CIA going into the Middle East to negotiate for hostages? Antony Blinken was already there. Joe Biden was already there. Think about it. The president, the Secretary of State have both been talking to Hamas when they should be talking to Iran, to be honest, because that's what Thailand did. They talked to Iran and they got their people back. Joe Biden, Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, they're talking to Hamas. They have got nothing. Well, that's a failure. That should be seen as a failure. We should be talking about this failure. When President Carter in the 1980s, 1979, 1980, when he failed to get back the Americans being held hostage by Iran, every American news media channel, outlet, were talking about this constantly, how President Carter failed. He lost the election subsequently to Reagan, but that's because he was a failure. Joe Biden has failed to get the majority of Americans held hostage by Hamas home. Forget about the 5,000 Americans he left in Afghanistan. Forget about the 10,000 Americans that he proudly abandoned when he was talking to Lester Holt on NBC. Forget about in the Ukraine. Forget about that. Forget about the 15,000 Americans last year, the last week of April, that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration in the Sudan. 15,000, the size of a small city in the United States. He abandoned each and every single one of them, and we have not heard another word about Americans in the Sudan since that day. Since May 3rd, we have never heard another word about it. Those Americans didn't come home. They're still in a war zone as we speak. News media will not talk to you about it because you might change the way you vote. They have to fortify the 2024 election. By the way, this isn't just affecting America. Every country in the world is seeing this. Our allies are seeing Joe Biden doesn't care. If he doesn't care about Americans, do you think he cares about the Japanese or the Koreans or the Britons or the French or the Germans or Canadians? Do you think he cares about any other nation if he doesn't care about Americans who are in harm's way, who are being tortured, who are being attacked, who are in the middle of war zones? If he doesn't care about those Americans, do you think he cares about any other country? He cares about the next election. And every single nation in the world is aware of that, and they are taking advantage of that, or they are suffering because of it. They know that. And this is all because of Joe Biden. And meanwhile, the media is telling you Orange Man bad, which has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with what's happening right now around the world. And it is happening because of Joe Biden, not because of Orange Man bad. It's really interesting. Okay, so let's go on a little bit. And I think we're almost done with the international news here. We always start the show talking about the breaking news and international news before we get into talking about what's happening domestically in the United States, like the oral arguments of the Supreme Court and Tucker Carlson talking with Putin some of these other details that we will get to. All right. But, whoa, what am I doing here? Completely screwing up. There we go. This article was, what is this? Oh, Hindustan. And it can tell you, see, even you have to look around the world because you're not seeing this from MSNBC, CNN. This is coming from Iran. From the Hindustan Times, talking about how the United States failed. The United States failed miserably when they're talking about the Houthis and the Red Sea. But you're not going to see that in American news media. You're just not going to see that in American news. But the world, again, the world is reacting. And again, while you're watching the football game today, and I just want to be very clear, you're watching the football game today, and I want you to enjoy it, and I hope whatever team you prefer wins. Fantastic. I'm not going to watch it. I don't care. But I want you to understand, the escalation has happened already. Come on. Why is this giving me a problem here? I want you to understand that we've already had, the escalation has already happened. We are fighting wars in Syria, in Iraq, in Jordan, in Yemen, in Israel, Gaza, and we're fighting by proxy in the Ukraine. That's 6. Under Joe Biden, that's 6 conflicts that the United States is in right now. Now, yes, you can take the Middle East and sum that all up and say, well, the conflict is actually with Iran. But look at all the countries these conflicts are taking place in. That is an escalation. It started with, and whether you want to look at it as, well, it was in Israel, we had Gaza, great. And then we have the Red Sea, and we're bombing in Yemen. We're bombing people that we were not bombing in 2022, we are now bombing in Yemen. People we were not bombing in 2022, we are now bombing in Iraq and in Syria. We now have a conflict in Jordan. People don't even know where Jordan is. Seriously, most people do not even know where Jordan is. They didn't even know Jordan was a country. They thought that was someone's name. No, it's not a name. We're not talking about Michael Jordan, the basketball player. We're talking about a war. This is what Biden has brought us because he is weak. These are all conflicts. No, they didn't exist under under Trump. They didn't exist under Obama, at least not to the same extent. They definitely didn't happen under Bush. It's reality, folks. This is the reality. And when the football game ends, we're still having fights. We're still having conflict. And we still don't have a leader who has an answer. And we have a news media that doesn't want you to think about it. They don't want you to remember. They don't want you to know who's responsible for what's going on. By the way, when I said that the CIA, I said the head of the CIA, I misspoke slightly about that. Let me clarify myself, because I try to give you accurate information. It is actually the director of the CIA, one of the directors of the CIA, William Burns, not the head of the CIA. But again, I ask you, why is the CIA having to negotiate with Hamas? Why is our spy agency having negotiations with the terrorists? I don't understand that. We should have more conversation about this. We should know what's going on. We should have some more transparency on this. Biden failed. He went to Israel. He was speaking with the heads of Hamas. He didn't get the hostages home. We had Antony Blinken has been in Israel talking to Hamas, 4 times now? About once per month since October 7th. And he has failed to get American hostages home, or the British hostages, or any of the other hostages. Again, the Nepalese and the Thais, they got their people home. Nepal and Thailand, they got their people home. The British, they're still there. The Americans, they're still there. The Israelis still have some people there. So America's failed. Completely failed. And so Anthony Blinken failed. Joe Biden failed. God help us, do not send Kamala Harris. It will be even worse. We'll have more American hostages before she leaves the conversation. We'll have more American hostages than less. But now we're sending the CIA. And I have to say, they're our spy agency. Why is our spy agency going to have negotiations with terrorists? It unsettles me. And we should have more reporting. We should have more transparency and clarity about this. And we don't. Dow says, setting up more drug and arms deals, probably. Quite possibly. Because the last time that we had something like this, well, Colonel Oliver North, the Iran-Contra controversy, the deals we were making there, that's what the CIA kind of does. Iran-Contra. Do we really want to be involved with this? Do we really want to have to deal with this? With Hamas, a terrorist organization? It's terrifying to me, folks. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm Dow, John, Hot Chicks, user has been banned, Graham, anybody who's watching this. These are some of the people who watch and comment regularly. Any of the other people, Democrat Mike, any of you guys want to tell me, does that scare you? Because it scares me. The implication of having the CIA having negotiations with terrorists who are actively holding and torturing American citizens, and they're not doing it in Afghanistan. They're not doing it in the Ukraine. They're not doing it for the Sudan, but they're doing it because Gaza is in the news right now, and this is affecting the 2024 election. This is political. That scares me. Why is the CIA being used at this time on something that is affecting politics, such a big propaganda bomb waiting to go off? I don't know. Are they trying to hide this from the public? Are they trying to get someone who's more efficient and more effective into the negotiations? Is there some kind of deal going on in the background that we don't know about? I don't know. But it smacks of something is happening and we're not being told what it is. We're not being told the truth. It terrifies me. I would love for CIA Director Burns to finally do what Biden and Anthony Blinken could not do. Get the hostages home. That's it. Primary purpose of our government. Get them home. I would love for him to do it. And I hope he gets all the credit he deserves if he can do it. But I'm still concerned about the terms. But it seems the mainstream media doesn't care. Dow says, because the CIA wants to make a deal. That's most likely. Yeah, but what's the deal? Are they willing to allow ISIS to come back? Are they willing to allow Hamas to grow? Are they willing to allow Hamas to attack Israel again and again? Is this going to help Hezbollah attack people out of Jordan or Syria or Iraq? What's the deal? And ultimately, when we're talking about these terrorist organizations, what we're really saying is the CIA is having a conversation with Iran right now. The CIA is talking to the Ayatollah of Iran, the IRGC, the greatest supporter of terror in the world, is having a conversation with the CIA. The implications of that are devastating. Every nation should be, I know every other nation in the world is paying attention to this, but the American people are worried about Taylor Swift. Let's see. Graham says, my guess is that money is not enough to trade for hostages. I agree with you. Next, the next valuable assets to trade are intelligence secrets. That's what I'm afraid of. Whose secrets are the CIA trading? We know that John Kerry, when he was the former Secretary of State under Obama and Biden, he was giving away secrets to Iran about Israel to get the Iran nuclear deal passed. We've seen that. It's already come out. That was a New York Times article, 2022, that we were seeing this. John Kerry was giving up the secrets. What's the CIA giving up now? Is this going to hurt Israel, our only ally in the Middle East? Is it going to affect, Britain, the European Union, Japan, North Korea? I mean, Iran is working with North Korea, China, and Russia right now, all of them to defeat the United States. Are they getting secrets against our allies in other parts of the world to help Iran's allies? This is terrifying. Dow says, subterfuge. Whenever it is, Dow says that subterfuge, whatever it is. Maybe they want to have them help organize a false flag. I wouldn't put anything past them, such as the level of my trust in our intelligence agencies. Well, our intelligence agencies are some of the best in the world. No doubt. The FBI, CIA, they're very good at what they do. The question is, what is it that they do? That's the bigger problem. That's why we need oversight with them, because what they do is very destructive and it is very deceptive. And so that's why we need to keep them on a strong leash, because ultimately that poison that they put into other countries can come back to us. This is why I have a concern about it. We need oversight. We need to understand. And we don't, because Biden doesn't want to talk about it. The news media really wants to gloss past this. They don't want you to think about it. But they will be happy to give if any hostages are released, they will be happy to tell you that Biden made sure it happened. He's the reason why they got taken in the first place. John Kerry. How much influence did John Kerry under the Obama-Biden administration as Secretary of State, how much influence did the secrets that John Kerry shared with Iran about Israel, how much did that influence the Americans that are hostage today? No one will ask that question. We should. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Not sure. But I'm happy to hear what other people think. And again, it's not, and these things are happening as we speak. So no, it's not just that we are seeing this in, again, the scope of it isn't limited. We're seeing this happen, and it is in Syria. We are now in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, in Jordan, in Gaza. We have problems going on in Sudan. We have problems that are going on with Taiwan. We have problems that are happening in Ukraine, potentially in Moldova. We're having all of Africa, Northern Africa, is in the middle of civil wars and conflicts because of ISIS and Al-Qaeda. The problem is getting bigger, folks, and not talking about it isn't getting us any closer to a solution. Ask your representatives in college, in Congress. Talk to your congressman. I don't care if they're on the left or on the right. I don't care if your congressman's AOC or whether it's Claudia Tenney. It does make a difference if your congressman is Rashida Tlaib or Ilhan Omar. I wouldn't talk to them because they're part of the problem, in my opinion. They support the terrorists. So their problems. Don't talk to them. Vote them out of office. They want to destroy America as fast as possible. They want pockets of other nations in America. You know, that's, well, I won't even get into that, but they are a problem. But I wanted to highlight that. This is what's happening in the world. And when you're done with your game, it's kind of like, why don't you want to be an alcoholic? Because after you get done being drunk, you're going to wake up and the same problem that you were running away from is still there. Same thing with using drugs. You get high, okay, and then when you come down from that high, the same problems you had before still are there. Matter of fact, it might be worse. Why? Because you got high. What did you do to get high? You lost resources, you compromised yourself, your integrity, and now you have an even bigger problem. Same thing with alcoholism. Same thing about what we're seeing on international politics. At least I think so. If you don't, I'm happy to hear it. And let me reiterate something I say several times each and every episode. We're in season 6. This is episode 6 of season 6. I have said this, I think, in almost every one of my videos. If there is any elected official at local, state, or federal level, Congressman Richie Torres, if you think I am wrong, I will go anywhere in the Bronx and have this discussion with you. I will debate you on these issues. I will have the discussion with you anytime in the Bronx, anywhere. You're a congressman, more than happy to have that conversation. I've talked with many members of Congress, left and right. You know what? I will talk to any politician, left, who is at the local, state, or federal level. I will go anywhere in the United States. Hell, I'll go overseas and have these conversations if they want to. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm missing something, I will go anywhere in the world and I will have this conversation live. I have no problem with that. If you think I am wrong and you can assure the American people that we are seeing a better path by going down a progressive socialist ideology, let's have that conversation. Please convince me, because I am not convinced at this time. The results are telling us we're going the wrong way. An orange man bad isn't a solution. It isn't the problem. No matter how you may personally feel about Orange Man Bad. I don't care about your passion against him. I don't care that you wouldn't drink a beer or go to one of his businesses. That has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with the presidency and the status of the world at this time. Nothing. Because the Ayatollah of Iran doesn't care whether you like Trump or not. He doesn't care. He wants you dead. The Ayatollah of Iran wants you dead. Why? Because you're an American. He wants you to be even more dead if you happen to be a gay American or if you have to be a woman, because he doesn't like those things. And he doesn't care about your political preference. He doesn't care if you're a socialist. Could care less. He doesn't care if you're a progressive. Could care less. You're an American. That's good enough for the Ayatollah to send out the IRGC, Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis to try and kill you. That's it. Graham says that drugs are medicinal tools. No. Drugs can be medicinal tools, but that doesn't mean they are. There's a difference there. And Graham goes on to say they can be abused and they can be used correctly to heal the body. Some drugs can heal. Not all drugs do. And some drugs are abused. Not all drugs are. Again, there's a difference. Knowledge, wisdom, and discernment is the key to good decision making. I agree with that part. Graham goes on to say, not sure where football fits into the value of a society. Every society needs entertainment. Every society needs its distractions. I can't cover the news. I spend 12, on average, somewhere between 8 and 16 hours a day looking at the news. That's what I do every day. And I can't do that every day without something else. The news is very depressing. Seeing where we are going globally, watching the instability grow globally is taxing. It just wears you out. I understand that. That's why a lot of people, I understand, watch this program. I did the research. It's mentally taxing and takes up time, and they would rather see me provide my understanding of it and the sources, so that when it saves them time of trying to sift through everything to find the information, and it gives them a launching off point, somewhere to say, okay, so this is where Mike, a conservative Republican, this is where he stands on this. And this is written by the left, so I know where they stand. And now between those two summaries, you can now look at the facts and say, okay, but this is where I stand. That's what they look for. I understand that. That's why we have entertainment. Because after doing that, it is heavy. Talking about the potential of 3 regional world wars, talking about the global food shortage and the factors that are making it worse, talking about inflation, how it is destroying America, and we are guaranteed to have 7% inflation in the United States in 2024 alone. That wears on you. I get it. You need a distraction. That's why I play video games. That's why I watch anime. Because when I'm watching a video game, when I'm playing a video game and I'm watching anime, I'm not being injected with politics. I can't watch modern Hollywood and be distracted. I can't. I can't watch football. Since Colin Kaepernick took the knee, I can't watch football and be distracted. I can't watch. I was never into basketball, but you got LeBron James there, who is making it impossible to be distracted. I've got the WNBA and Brittany Griner bringing politics into the. You can't be distracted, and that's the problem, because every country needs that downtime to reset, to get fresh energy so you can go back and tackle these problems. But part of the reason why they want you continually assaulted with this is so that you will be acting in exhaustion. And the more exhausted you become, the more emotional you become, and the more you're going to act without thinking about the consequences. That's part of being in the fortification of 2024. That they want to exhaust you, so that you will either not act at all or you will act as you are told to become obedient. It's kind of what do they call it? It's kind of like a brainwashing technique. One of the techniques to break someone is to keep them up for an extended period of time, over 48 hours, and under high stress and high emotion. And that will help to break someone. It's a tactic. It's well known. Every country in the world uses it. And they've been doing this for, God knows, centuries. It's not something new. But this is happening to you. You don't get a break from the politics, the assault of the oppressive nature of this politics that is saying to you, obey, obey, obey. Oh, you didn't get the jab. You're the problem. Oh, you have the wrong color of skin. You're the problem. You have the wrong sexual preference. You're the problem. Here it is in every single format. You look at the news, you look at entertainment, you look at sports, you go to school. Everywhere you turn, they are shoving this down your throat because now you're exhausted. And that means you are either going to give up completely, which means you don't count and they have control, or you're going to comply, which gives them the power they want. That's what the goal is. That's what fortification of elections does. And that's why I'm fighting against that. That's why this channel exists. That's why we've been doing this live stream for over 6 years. That's why we do it. Okay. So we've been on for, an hour and 48 minutes. That's fantastic. What is this? Graham says, example, caffeine and nicotine can be used to maintain mental clarity when sifting through large volumes of information. Caffeine and nicotine are massively addictive. In fact, nicotine is one of the most addictive drugs known to man. So is caffeine, actually, and also the most dangerous in high doses. If you had a pure drop of, I believe it's 4 drops of pure nicotine would kill a horse. 1 pure drop of nicotine would kill a human being. By the way, I'm a smoker. I understand. So I don't quite agree with you there, Graham. But I hope my point about why this is happening, the propaganda, is making sense. And folks, if it doesn't make sense, just tell me. We can disagree. It's okay. Let me say that again. It's okay to disagree. Just because I'm a black Hispanic doesn't make you a racist when you say, I don't agree with you. It also doesn't mean that you have to agree with me. So this is how we have a conversation. This is what intelligent people, human beings do. Even if we disagree, we have a conversation, we talk it out, and whatever happens, we're not evil people because we have different ideas or that we have different understandings. But I do want to say, because this has been since season 6, since the start of this year, 2024, we've been doing something a little bit different because my puppy, it's February. He's officially, come here, Con. He's officially 13 years old. Come on. He's officially 13 years old this month. Come here. I know. And you're looking at him right now and you're saying, oh my God, he's a puppy. This is a puppy. No, this is a 13-year-old Bichon Scotty mix. 13 years old. And that little 21 pounds. He's up to 21 pounds. He's getting fat because he's getting old. And so since the beginning of the year, we've been having some issues. So what I am doing, and please tell me in the comments, do you enjoy this or not? What we do is after about 2 hours, I take a break of about 1 hour so I can take care of him. He has to go out for a walk. I got to make sure he's fed. And then I come back and we talk about the domestic. So we've talked about, and this will be a chance for people to see the breaking news that we covered, the international news that we covered, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about domestic. We'll talk about President Trump in Nevada. We'll talk about Tucker Carlson and his interview with Putin. We'll talk about the oral arguments by Colorado at the Supreme Court, which I know a lot of people have had a lot of feelings about, but very few of them have actually understood the issue that is facing America and how it's going to affect us all. So I do invite people to come back for that. Again, it's going to be about 1 hour. It is currently 4:22. Let's say 5:30. Okay, 5:30. And in the meantime, I am going to play wait a minute. Graham says, I would prefer if you ended the live stream part 1 so I can get another notification when you return for part 2. I do understand that, Graham. That's not how YouTube and some of the search engines work that. They actually negatively impact the channel and make it harder for people to see that we're back in an hour. It's actually easier and better to actually continue the live stream. That's why I do it this way. A lot of people don't know that. It's, again, this is behind the scenes, the way that the algorithms, the systems, the social media giants work it. But what we'll do is I'm going to put up... come on. Where is it? That's my program, my podcast voice and name. It's Michael Vasquez. And I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking with Binghamton University, the College of Libertarians, the students here. I don't know who's controlling this. You may want to put me on the main screen. I don't know how to do that. Yeah, I'm somewhat of a not a technophobe. Technophile? Technical illiterate, I suppose. And so what I'm going to be doing is we're going to be having a conversation today. And we're going to be talking about quite a few different things. Oops, sorry. That's my program, my podcast voice and name. It's Michael Vasquez. And I'm happy to be here. I'm speaking with Binghamton University, the College on the Internet, as opposed to being in person, which is a lot more fun. But it's part of and you know what? I'm happy that people got to see there is challenges in this world. And the fun thing that we got to see is working together with a couple of people with a little bit of communication, even through the internet. What was the next thing we saw? It's resolved. We got it fixed. Isn't that the greatest expression of America that you've ever seen? We have a plan. We execute the plan. The moment the plan starts, everything changes. We communicate with each other. And then suddenly, through that communication, we resolve all the issues because some people are better at different parts of that process. We put those minds together and we execute, and suddenly we're all together again. This is what America is supposed to be about. That isn't what we're seeing right now. And that's what we're going to be speaking about to an extent. And I'm going to be talking with you. You're going to give me your questions. It's going to be feedback back and forth. And it's going to be a wonderful time. But I want you to keep that theme in mind, that it is that communication. It is that unity, that ability to communicate. That is one of the most essential things that we need in America to move forward. It is one of the most essential needs that we have for the youth of America to make our nation even better than whatever anyone wants to think. Whether you think it's great or it was never great, like Governor Cuomo, it doesn't matter. We move this nation forward by working together. And sadly, that's not the current case. And I'm going to be talking a bit about that. But let me stop for a second. Let me take a step back. Who's talking to you right now with the whole big, wonderful thing in the background there? I'm Michael Vasquez. I am a candidate for the Broome County Legislature. I am a political commentator for the last 15 years now. I've been a stockbroker. I've lived in Moscow, Tbilisi, doing international trade. And I'm a kid from the Bronx. At the moment, this kid is 52, but I'm a kid from the Bronx. So I've gone through a few different things, including the Marine Corps, which I don't mean to make sound minimal at all. It's a big part of my life as well. And it's that combination of all those things that have brought me to you guys today. In fact, you may recall, I had been speaking with you guys before. Just about a year ago, almost to the day, I was over in, it was 2019 that I was speaking with you guys. And I want to start off with a little bit about that. Let's bring ourselves together, because I don't know how many people who are watching this right now remember my speech in October 2019, or were here with me. Anyone? Okay. I'm not getting any indications that sound like yes. So back in 2019, I was speaking about the government control and a loss of our freedom. And today I'm going to just follow that up. So last year, America was faced with several problems, if you may recall. I know it's the politically distant times, but back a year ago, there was an absolute crisis devastating to the nation. People thought that they were going to die left and right, all over the place. It was called the e-cigarette vaping disease. We didn't know what it was. We just knew that people who had e-cigarettes and or vaping were dying. And they were dying in the dozens. And everyone lost their minds. The entire nation, we didn't see anyone shut down, but we did see that New York State, Michigan, many states came out with this massive wave of force and restrictions. And they tried to eliminate the e-cigarette industry. And they tried to demonize people who were vaping and using e-cigarettes. Now, if you remember, a year ago, it wasn't that long ago, everyone was terrified. Everyone was afraid that vaping was going to not only kill the people who were vaping, but people who were around them. Does anyone remember what the CDC said in February 2020? This year. Just about, 8 months ago. Most people won't, because it wasn't publicized. Not only because of what's going on with COVID, but more importantly because the wave of hysteria had already passed. because the numbers weren't increasing and the government had already gotten what it wanted to get. What we saw is that CDC stopped issuing any kind of guidance on the e-cigarette vaping problem. They were done. 2,807 people had died because of the vaping issue. I misstated that. There were 2,807 cases and 68 people died because of the vaping crisis, which we found out was because people were adding vitamin E acetate and cyanide and THC to their vaping solutions through the black market. Now, that had nothing to do with any of the things their freedoms that were taken away from them and everyone else in America. But it was the fear that moved us forward. Also in 2019, when I was speaking to this group, we were talking about the red flag laws. Some people know them as ERPOs, or extreme risk protection orders. It's something that's been passed in 17 states. New York State was one of the most recent ones to pass it. I am adamantly against this, and we were promised with absolute certainty that if we passed the red flag laws, we would eliminate gun crime. That's how it was presented to us. It would make you safe. Even though last year, 2019, 2018, I had interviews through my political commentary with several assembly members and state senators and lawyers. And when I spoke with them about this law, each and every single one of them told me it's a broken law, it's a flawed law, it doesn't work properly. It destroys people's rights. It unfairly causes people to be punished without ever executing a crime. Let me ask you, does anyone know how many red flag actions, these extreme risk protective orders, have happened since the law was put in place? You can wave a hand if you know, if anyone has an idea. Anybody? No? Zero. No. There have been, actually, as of, I believe it was October of 2019, I believe, 129 cases where they had gone into someone's home. They took their firearms, their property. In several of these cases, took their kids and took them to the state, because if your home is so dangerous that the government's going to take your Second Amendment right, if it's so dangerous that you are considered a danger to yourself and the community without ever breaking a law, then that home, by definition of New York State law, Child Protective Services, that home is too dangerous for your children. And so the government's taking your kids away as well. 129 times that happened. And the funny thing that happened since October of 2019, the media stopped talking about it. Nobody knows what the final number is. I am still, to this day, when I knew I was going to be having this conversation with you, I reached back out to New York State, to the Office of Court Administration. And I left them a message. I've been trying to reach out to them to get this number. How many red flag actions have happened in New York State? How many people have been subjected to this penalty without ever committing a crime? And no one has spoken to me. No one has published the number. It's not on any file. The government doesn't make it available to anyone without request. No news agency has bothered to be even looking at it. As far as I know, I'm the first one in New York State asking for these numbers. Because everyone forgot about it. Because we're not afraid of being killed in a mass murder. Except we've been told repeatedly since 2013, when we had to get the New York SAFE Act, we've been told and drilled into our heads, every time someone gets shot, It's the guns' fault. We need to get rid of guns. Kamala Harris has promised that within 100 days, if she had the power, she is, as president, she would put out executive orders to take away our guns. This has been, Joe Biden has also fallen in line with that same mentality. We have former members, former Chief Justice Stevens, Supreme Court Justice Stevens, has come out and written an article saying that we need to remove the Second Amendment. We have this huge press. Remember Beto in the debates? He said directly to the cameras, to the nation, I am coming for your ARs and your AKs. I'm taking your rifles and guns from you. It isn't even a hint. It wasn't even a question anymore. This is a blatant, outright fact. And it is such an important thing. This is our fundamental Second Amendment rights. It is of the few things that are delineated and made absolutely clear at the very beginning of our government, of our nation. It was the Second Amendment. Placed second only to the First Amendment, our right to free speech. And it's there to back up that free speech. You can't take away my speech because I can defend myself. If you try to silence me by force, I can defend myself with equal force. That's the heart of the Second Amendment. And we don't even know how many Americans in New York State have been denied this opportunity, that they have been denied this right. Again, and most importantly, without ever committing a crime. That's pretty impressive. So I want to emphasize how insane that is. I mean, that's just insane. So in 2019, going into 2020, anyone have any idea, and this is interactive, does anyone have any idea what is the same thing in 2019 as 2020? Anybody want to make a guess? Because there's one absolutely consistent fact from 2019 throughout all of this year that we have seen absolutely staying the same. In fact, we can go back about 100 years and it's pretty much the same, but most recently in the last 20 years. That's a tough question, huh? Okay, I'll give you an answer. Fear. We are meant to be terrified. We are terrified. We're terrified of mass shootings. We're terrified of school shootings. We're terrified of the next disease that's going to wipe us all out, that will be the Black Plague and kill us all. We're terrified of not having enough food, of having affordable housing. Name the issue. We're terrified. It's all going wrong. Everything is falling apart. There is nothing right anymore. And in 2020, we had the wonderful pinnacle of that in COVID-19, which was touted as the next Black Plague, that everyone was going to die. Millions of people are going to die. And if we don't do exactly every single little thing that a very small elite group of government agents or elected officials tell us to do, we're all going to die, and that's all there is to it. And if you don't listen to every single word they say and do everything that they tell you to do, well, then you're evil. Just like if you have an AK-47 or an AR-15, or in other words, a semi-automatic rifle, you're evil because that kills people. You're part of the problem because you're killing people. By the way, there's 160 million people that own firearms in the United States. In 2020 alone, since March, since COVID shutdowns, we've seen at least 6 million new people go out and become firearm owners, both handguns and rifles, because people aren't feeling safe, because they want to protect themselves as the Second Amendment allows. And in all of that, It is 99.9994% likely that if you own a firearm, you are completely safe and will never use it to harm another human being. That is a fact. And if you ever doubt that, take all of the gun shootings, divide that by 330 million people. Guess what the number is going to come out? 99.9994% of the time, it's not. There's a handful of people. So we have fear. And this is an important thing to understand, because we are trading off the illusion of safety, the illusion of protection, the illusion of utopia for fear. And we are being controlled completely by that. It's that fear. Oh, we're afraid you're going to hear the wrong idea. You know who said that? Twitter, Facebook, Google. When they shut down the New York Post, there was no longer any way to deny this. Much like when Beto said, yes, I am coming for your AK-47s and your ARs and your long rifles. You don't deserve to have a gun. When they said that, it's the same thing when Twitter said, we're shutting down the New York Post. A member of the press, a credible 200-year-old institution that no one disputed, they came out with a story and they ran with it. And here comes Twitter going, we have to protect the public because, you know, we can't tell everyone this story. It's bad for Biden. Now, here's something really interesting to think about that. Whoever asked Twitter to do that? Where is it in the description of Twitter, we're going to make decisions to protect you? We're going to separate stories and tell you what's the right one to listen to and what's the wrong one to listen to. What's the right and wrong message? Because their answer is to this unasked question is, well, we have to protect you. Why? I didn't ask you to do that. It's not in your charter. You didn't ask me when I signed up for Twitter, and do you want to be protected? You've never asked me in a poll. But they've decided that they're going to do this because Twitter's smarter than us, somehow, according to them only. And so is Google. And so is Facebook. And they're doing it because that's what the government does every day. You have to be inside your home. You have to isolate. It was County Executive Jason Garnar, and I don't mean to pick on him at the moment. Many politicians did similar things. But in our local community, he told people in, that was April, May, he said, Operation Crush COVID. You should be locked in your home every other day. You can't even walk outside just to walk around your block to get fresh air unless it's every other day. In other words, you have solitary confinement and we only let you out once every other day. And that's only to walk around the block, maybe to get food if you didn't stock up. Because the government is going to protect you. And the news media said, yes, that's a fantastic idea. We're so happy you're doing that. We're not going to question it. That is a wonderful thing. By the way, that was completely illegal. There is no constitutionality to what County Executive Garnar said. In fact, when he had the press release, the public press release live, he said, this is an unofficial official announcement. What does that mean? Does anyone know what that means? How can an elected government official use the full weight and opportunity of his power to tell the public something that is unofficial that he is officially stating? That is hypocrisy. More importantly, It is fear. I am using the full weight of my power, and you dare not question it, because if you question it, well, then you're evil. You don't care about dead people. You don't care about people who are sick. You're just an evil person. No, I don't think so. I do believe that the danger is not only to, as we know, certain groups at risk. The danger is to the fact that we have government overreach to an extent so extreme, there is nothing in the history of America that can match it. And in fact, the only way we can match this kind of extremity of action is to go to some of the most authoritarian dictatorships in the world, in the history of mankind, and that matches up to what we're talking about now. That's pretty terrifying. Because we should, no matter what the government is doing, even if they were absolutely correct, that does not take away my First Amendment right, your First Amendment right, the newspaper's First Amendment right to say, I have a question. We should always be able to question them and say, I don't think that's right. Or to say, no, I'm going to walk outside my house because I can do that. You know what? When we had polio in this nation, did the nation shut down? Spanish flu, influenza, you name the disease, mumps, measles, whooping cough. When did, you name the disease that still exists in the world today, and we don't stop people. Now, I know a lot of people go, Mike, you are just being so insensitive. No, I am. I understand and appreciate people have died. And that is sad. And that is important. And we must take action, and we can take action as a nation and as individuals, and more importantly, as individuals, to try and prevent this. And you know what? We have. We have social distancing. We wear masks every time we go out. We have reduced our ability to live our lives to an extremity never seen before. And we have caused incredible damage to ourselves as individuals and to our society. We are doing something. But is it the right thing? Has anyone stopped to say, is this worth it? And there have been a few people, very few people. And the media has almost always immediately silenced them. Now, I'm going through a couple of different scenarios here, and I want to tie this together because it may seem a little bit disparate, and you may go, well, Mike, where are you going with this? I don't get this. I mean, I get fear, but wait a minute, you're talking about guns, you're talking about COVID, you're talking about, our lifestyles, you're all over. It's all the same thing. We're talking about the First Amendment. It's all the same thing. What we're talking about, very simply, is only one thing. We're talking about the emotional manipulation of the public for political gain. At the end of the day, that's what this is. Because when newspapers can't write articles, and when we can't walk outside our homes, and when we can't question what's going on, at the same time that we are having an unknown number of citizens being stripped of their properties, stripped of their children, without ever having committed a crime, then we have a very big problem going on right now. And then if you want to throw in the economics of it all, well, that's just even worse. Anyone have any idea how many trillions in debt we are right now?
Record amount.
Well, thank Ben. Actually, it's last I saw, I may be wrong here. You can double check me while I do this. It should be about $27.2 trillion. If I'm wrong, someone correct me. And that's without the next round of stimulus, which is going to be approximately $1.2 to $3.6 trillion, depending on who's counting. Think about that. That is a ridiculous number. And quite honestly, there is nobody that you tell, hey, there's $27 trillion. Nobody knows what that number means. There is no logical way that you can quantify that in your head and go, $27 trillion. Yeah, I get it. You know, it's like having $5 in my pocket. No, it's not. That is an unimaginable amount of money. And that is a number that is so astronomically high that we can't even begin to understand what kind of problem does that cause. $27 trillion in debt and counting. That number is going higher. And we could stop pretty much everything. You could stop all the spending in the government right this second, and that number would still go higher by millions and billions of dollars. Because interest, the money's already owed. Interest is still being accrued. So even if you stopped every dime of spending, it's going higher. So this is a problem that is going to continue. And the answer is, don't talk about it. Don't ask about it. On the local level, state level, the federal level, don't ask about it. Because if you're asking about it, well, that's a problem. Because we need to do this. Because we have to take care of the fear. And you are afraid, right? You're afraid of a mass shooting. You're afraid of a school shooting. You are afraid of those racists that are out there somewhere targeting you. And if you're not afraid of them, well, then you probably are them. Isn't that what we're being told right now? You know, if you're not with BLM, well, you must be a racist. If you're not with Antifa, you must be a racist. How dare you complain about the fact that we are burning down buildings and homes and killing people? 35 people have been linked to deaths attributed directly to the riots. They're not protests, they're riots that were done by BLM and Antifa in cities throughout this nation. That's insane. And the only way you can get away with that is people are more afraid. And I don't think they're not afraid of the riots as much. I don't think we're all afraid of the riots as much as we're afraid of being ostracized and said, oh, you're evil. You're talking about that? You're evil. I have in my campaign, I have almost from the beginning been told, and definitely in the moment I said I support police officers that do not commit abuses of power, that our local, in this region, in the southern tier, the local police force, since they've had body cams on, have shown and proven that they have had 0 cases of police abuse. 0. That is an extraordinary example to set for police across the nation. Why wouldn't we want to celebrate that? Why wouldn't we support that? And for supporting that, for celebrating that standard that we should expect from every police force, but somehow we don't, I was told I'm a racist. Look at my picture really good, because they're telling you this is the face of a racist. I am against black people, according to them, which I find quite funny every time I wake up in the morning and look in the mirror. But it's about fear. How dare you question that? You can't question that. Because if you question that, then you would have to question, why in Philadelphia did people decide that the perfect answer to responding to the police, well, let me put it in perspective here. According to the news at this moment, according to video evidence that we have at this moment, there was a man, Walter Wallace, who had issues. Police were called out twice earlier in the day to deal with him and his issues. No one died. No one was shot. No one was hurt. The third time they came out, Walter now had a knife. He was endangering people. When the officers came, as we see in the video evidence, they came to the scene. Walter came towards them aggressively with a knife in hand, and officers retreated. He continued to move forward to them, and as they pleaded with him to drop that deadly weapon, he didn't. He got shot. Not a crazy scenario here. That's a fact. Now, that scenario I have just described to you, and that's all anyone knows. That is all the information that everyone, the common person in America, has, just that information, which we glean from predominantly a video. And the natural, normal reaction is, let's go burn down a bunch of buildings and I want to rob that Gucci store. And then people in New York City, because that happened in Philly, so people in New York City decided, hey, I'm going to go throughout Brooklyn and Manhattan, and we're going to burn down a bunch of buildings. We're going to tear down a bunch of businesses. We're going to steal everything in those businesses because that guy with a knife got shot by police officers. Does that make sense to anyone? I mean, seriously, let's stop and think about it. Throw away all the fear that you're supposed to have at a moment. Does that sound like someone was headhunting another human being because of the color of their skin? No, it sounds like someone's defending themselves from someone with a lethal weapon who had the intent to harm someone. And the natural reaction to that is not, let me go down to Bob's Big Burger. Let me go to the Burger King. Let me go to Joe's car shop or the little bodega on the corner of the street. Let me break down their doors, take everything they have, and then burn the place. That is not a natural reaction. That makes no sense. If you tell me you're upset because he was, and you want to say, well, that's just because the police were evil, which does not make sense to me in that example. There may be cases where they are, but that isn't one of them. And if you want to make that argument, fantastic, go out, protest. I'm all for it. It is a fundamental right of the United States to peacefully assemble. People like to leave those words out. Peacefully assemble. Notice it didn't say mostly peacefully assemble. I know CNN loves to tell us it's mostly peaceful. You know, it's mostly a fire. Things are mostly getting burned down. A cop was mostly ran over. It's stupid. But we're allowing that because the answer is, and the fear isn't the fear of that. The fear of speaking up is that, oh, well, you're not like everyone else. You're not doing what the news media told you. You're not being submissive to a couple of elites, some of them in media, some of them in the government. So you must be evil because those same elites are now labeling you and saying you're evil and you must be a racist and you must be a white nationalist because you didn't agree with going out and destroying Bob's business. And Bob didn't even know what was going on. Bob didn't even live in the same section of town that this happened. Or, you know what? Bob's in another city. And he is getting punished for something he didn't do. Notice, we come back to the same thought. We're watching people get punished for something where no crime occurred, where nothing happened. Look at Seattle. How many days has Seattle and Portland been in riots? Again, not protests, riots, because they're not peacefully assembling. When you take over a section of a city, when you destroy a building, when you endanger someone's life or someone is killed, that's not peaceful. So throw out this whole idea of it's a protest. No, it's not. It's a riot. And we see that these cities are reacting to things happening in other cities And when they react to those things in other cities, their natural answer is, well, let me go and destroy something. Let me destroy someone's life, their property, their livelihood. Let me destroy their mental and emotional health and well-being. And if anyone dare question it, let me go out and say, hey, you know what? Well, you must just be a racist. And that's the answer. And you can't question this. In 2019, I was talking about our loss of freedom and the control of the government over our lives. And I left out fear. In 2020, I'm looking back at that, and we can go back year after year after year, and I can show you the growth of fear in each and every one of those events. Representative Steve Scalise, was shot on a baseball field by a maniac with a rifle because he saw a bunch of Republicans in a field playing baseball. And so he had to kill them because that's the natural reaction, he thought, because he's a maniac. There are people in America that support that. And today, in 2020, are saying, hey, he wasn't that far off. Really? Because it's a Trump supporter. We have actually seen people in America today do the same thing that that maniac did because, again, he picked out people by their political preference. We now have Don Lemon on CNN has publicly stated that he had to get rid of friends of his because of their political position. What? Really? Are we what kind of fear-mongering is this? Because this is that's like talking about the McCarthy list. This is stuff that's been done in Germany during the 40s, in the Soviet Union after that war in the 40s, where people are being isolated and targeted. You're an enemy of the state. You're a bad person. And so you must be punished. But I didn't do anything. There is no law I broke. I, at worst, said, I have an opinion. Well, that's enough. That's a thought crime. You didn't think right. And by the way, you're in the school. This year, when you came back, as I recall, the students were all given books, 2 books from the university that you had to read on racial diversity before you could come back to school. You know what that is? Making sure you think right. Because how dare the university tell you you can't come back unless you read this very specific, very biased point of view. And you have to know it, and we're going to test you on it. It has nothing to do with what you want to do with your life. It has nothing to do with your personal beliefs. It is not optional to you, but it is a requirement because that agency says if you don't do it, well, it's as good as being a crime, and you're as good as being a racist, and so you're going to be ostracized. How dare they? How dare they? Harvey Stinger is out of his mind. And I have a problem with him on that. So we have to understand. And the point is, it is the fear that is being used to enable over and over and in so many different ways the ability to punish the American public without the American public ever doing anything wrong. And we now have seen it. It has gone from the red flag laws because we have to protect you to now COVID because we have to protect you to racism because we have to protect you. That's not what government's there for. That's not what private business is there for. That's not what information is there for. That's not what the First Amendment is about. We have to keep these things in mind, and we have to identify them. And when we start putting it up and go, look at all these things, they just match up and they all fit the same pattern. They have the same result, and they have the same damage at the end of the day. Suicides are going up. The number of people, drug and alcohol abuse, are going up. The number of people who are suffering from domestic abuse are going up. Those numbers were going up even without COVID. They're going up worse now. They are somewhere between 30 and 300%. And guess what? Just like the numbers for the red flag actions, nobody has. They stopped giving out the numbers on domestic abuse, drug abuse, and suicides. You haven't seen those numbers anywhere. They keep changing the field. Because if you actually had information, you wouldn't be afraid. If someone said right now, yes, many people have caught COVID and almost no one dies from it, you wouldn't be afraid. You'd still take precautions. You'd still help people who are at risk, but you wouldn't be afraid because there's nothing to be afraid about. It's not the Black Plague. There's a difference. There's a very, very big difference because they're telling us it's the Black Plague. 9 million people in America have at some point, because and this is key, at some point they caught COVID-19. 9 million people right this second don't have COVID. They're counting numbers from January. The numbers, the numbers haven't shifted to keep up with, well, where are we today? When they say how many cases are there, they're including the cases from the summer. Did you notice that? Did anyone think about that? They keep counting those same numbers and just adding on to it. So it's more and more people have caught COVID. Yeah, but they don't all have it anymore. And 99% of them have recovered from it. It's not the Black Plague. And really, how many people, I will use the example in Broome County. 190,000 people live in Broome County, actually more. Well, census probably less. But here's the thing, 90, and this is sad, I last saw 95, I believe it may be 98 people have died this year. How many people died last year in total? Again, I'm not saying this is a good thing. I want you to understand, take away the fear. We can protect people, whether it's from a firearm, some lunatic who has an illegal firearm and they're out trying to harm people. We can protect people from that, within reason. We can protect people from things like e-cigarettes. When there's additives like cyanide being added into there, we can try and help people with that. We can protect people from COVID-19 to an extent. No one's ever going to be perfectly 100% safe. And anyone who is telling you that we got to wait for a cure, there won't be a cure that'll do it. We've got the flu. Name a disease in the world. It's still out there. We have cures. It's not 100%. You're never going to be 100% safe. But they're using this idea of fear, and the fear isn't really of the thing. It's the fear of being called out as someone who questioned them about it. And here's a wonderful thing that I just said, and I bet no one noticed it. I said, we're afraid of being called out for disagreeing with them. Who's them? Did we elect them? Do they own a business? Who are they? And why do we have to listen to them? And why do we have to be afraid when they tell us we must be afraid? It's not like we can't say, oh, we have different ideas, we have different opinions. We can. And it's important. It's vital. The reason why America is the greatest nation in the world. And by the way, America is the greatest nation in the world. And it's without question. All you have to do is look at the legal immigration numbers. Forget the illegal, 2 million people a year try to get into this nation every year. Throw that out the window. Let's look at what's the legal immigration numbers. How many millions per year are trying to get into America every year? You know how many people are trying to get out of America? About 20,000. Name another nation that has as many people trying to get into it as they do in America. There isn't one. How many people are trying to get into China? Who's trying to become part of North Korea? Who has decided that they want to give up this evil, horrible, oppressive capitalist system in the United States and take their happy butts on down to Venezuela? Nobody. But I can tell you, there's a couple million people from all of those countries that are trying to get here. Is America great? Absolutely. So why are we being pressed with this idea of fear? And I want to give you that thought because if you can, the easiest way to defeat fear, you're afraid of the dark, turn on the light. If you're afraid about something, talk about it, understand it, and come up with a solution for it. Whether that's a budget that's out of whack or trying to take care of the local beat cop on your neighborhood. Take away the fear, have a conversation and make a solution, and we come up with something far, far better. But if we're worried about the fear, all we get out of that is more fear and more submission and less freedom. I strongly believe that. But I've been talking a lot. Now, let me hear. I want to hear from some of you guys. Tell me, if you disagree with me, I absolutely would love to hear it. Because I don't believe in shutting your voice down. I want to hear you tell me, Mike, that sounds great, but it doesn't make sense. If it doesn't make sense, tell me why it doesn't. I can't learn unless you tell me something. So I want to hear that. If there's something else that you want to ask me, please go right ahead. Any subject over the last 20, 30 years, I'm open.
So I just want to start with giving a bit of clarification about the book thing you mentioned earlier.
Sure, Ben. Which book?
You mentioned that the university required students to.
Oh, yes. The two books for incoming. I don't know if it was for incoming or everyone.
So I'm personally a freshman, and I actually reached out to the university over the summer asking whether the book was required, and they specifically said that the book was optional but highly encouraged.
And let me mention something why I disagree with that, Ben. If they have materials that are backing that book up, and that you're going to be questioned on it. And
I wasn't questioned on it.
You weren't?
There was an optional project that we could voluntarily submit as a group, but it was optional.
Okay, it's not optional.
I've personally interacted with many other freshmen and have asked them if they did this project, and none of them said yes.
Okay. Here's what, and Ben, thank you for giving me that real world firsthand answer. And I don't mean to sound like I wasn't trying to cut you off. I truly, truly was not. But it just gets me very emotional when I hear this, because if it weren't, they say it's optional because if they didn't, they're in a legal quandary. But when they say that there is a class, a project that you can do, every single person who did that is on a list, and everyone who didn't is on a list. So,
I totally get it. Like they said it wasn't required just to avoid being sued for the Hatch Act or something like that.
Exactly.
But and like I also have experienced a bit of the political discrimination because two of my roommates are pronounced Trump supporters. they actually hung their flag in the window of my dorm, and pretty much there were protests outside of our building, and the RAs pretty much made us take it out of the window.
See, and that's just wrong, because if you had a Biden sticker up there, or a Pete Buttigieg sticker up there, or an Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez sticker up there, they'd be okay. Well, yeah, that's discrimination.
Like, the only reason why we ultimately took the flag out of the window was because the citation they used was fire hazard. So instead we put a Trump 2020 posted message in the window, at which point the RA told us to take it down, at which point my roommate, who was responsible for putting up this stickers, said, okay, fine, write me up so that your name can be on it, so that I could have a field day in court with you.
Yeah, because it's self-expression, First Amendment. And there's no reason why they should do that. None whatsoever. Because it's not interfering with anyone else. It's your right to express yourself, which Binghamton University has a major problem with. That's why the Department of Education is investigating Binghamton University since September 30th. I know, I saw the Pipe Dream article on it. It was miserable. It was a horrible article, and I commented on it.
The Turning Point USA incident?
That, and well, actually, there's more to it than just that.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, there's the tabling event. There's the Art Laffer event. Before that even happened, there were attacks on a young woman on Binghamton's campus in October of 2019 because she had political ideas and views that didn't agree with some sensitive people. So this is a bigger issue. And now we have your event that you're mentioning, which is I have a flyer in my window. It's as simple as just don't look in my window. Why are you looking at my window? But if you are and you don't like it, look away. This is the easiest expression of First Amendment, your right to both put your voice out there and someone else to say, and I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Why do you have to be given the fear of retribution by an institution, a massive institution with tens of millions of dollars connected to the government? Why do you have to go through that fear and that kind of oppression when you didn't commit a crime? They just don't like it. And they're using fear of their persecution and your being ostracized to make that happen. We need to call that out. And I tell you, that is absolutely no different than what I see with the red flag laws. It's absolutely no different than what I see with COVID-19, no different than when I saw what happened to people with vaping. It's just that now we're seeing them all come together at once in a bigger message of, yes, we can punish you without you committing a crime according to our laws, and we'll punish you anyway. They've been doing it isolated. Well, here's one law, here's another law. Now they're just putting it all together and saying, you know what, we're going to punish you. And by the way, you can't do anything about it, because if you do, well, you know, you're going to go out to the internet and speak to people. Well, Twitter, Facebook, Google, they're going to wipe it out. They're going to wipe out your voice. People should be screaming about this right now. I mean, literally, there should be no other conversation going on in the nation, in my personal view, because they have signaled that your voice can be shut off at any moment by any organization, so long as they have more people than you do. That should terrify.
So with respect to social media, are you familiar with Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act?
Reasonably, I am a internet content creator on many platforms, including my own.
So are you in favor of Section 230 reform or abolition?
Reform. And it's tricky. See, it was They created a law for something they didn't understand. They set rules on what's a publisher and what is a platform before they understood what a publisher and a platform are and what their capabilities would be. They did it at the very beginning of the internet without taking into account or having a provision for, and that's going to change. Because it's one thing to say, hey, I got 2 sticks, I made fire. And then going, hey, did you see my commercial kitchen? They're not the same thing, but they're working on the same principle. Fire. The silly kind of argument, but it's the argument. The internet 30 years ago, 20 years ago, no, that's actually, yeah, I'm getting old. Sometime in the past is not the internet today. There was no Twitter. There was no Facebook. There was no MySpace. These things didn't exist. Google didn't exist. You had, it grew into an entirely different thing that we could possibly understand. They were dealing with AOL then in its most basic form. Now we're dealing with Google, Twitter, Snapchat. Oh God, you guys know probably a dozen more than I do, I'm sure. And applications to even amplify that even more. And we're still creating more and more. How can we say that that law applies properly when it was based on technology and a technology that we didn't understand and was brand new? It needs to be reformed. And we also have to make sure that we understand when you act like a publisher, you are a publisher. When you go and you say, here, I posted out, I don't care what I posted out. You could post out a meme, a tweet. I don't care. I believe in the First Amendment. I am an near absolutist in the First Amendment. You can say anything you want. I don't care. There is no such thing as hate speech. Say whatever you want, as long as you're not inciting violence or saying something that is a absolute known lie. That's what, according to Supreme Court, that's understanding. So nowhere in that understanding, if Facebook, Twitter, if they're just platforms, then I should be able to, given that they are private companies and they have the right to set their own rules. But as long as they've set a rule that says, I can pretty much say anything I want as long as I'm not being hateful or inciting violence, then I can send out anything I want to. They have nothing in their stipulation that says, hey, you can't say something that's an opinion we don't like or something that we think is wrong. You know, flat earthers are out there sending out messages all day long saying, hey, the earth is flat. I don't see disclaimers coming out from Facebook, Twitter, all of them saying this information's in question. So because they're not, then they're biased in their system, which means they shouldn't be doing it because it's a biased system. You're picking certain things to attack and not others. If it's about making me safe, then, or to make sure I'm well informed, then make everything well informed. Well, that's impossible unless you deny me the ability to actually think. And it's on me to look at that flat earth information and say, well, based on what I know in science, that doesn't seem to be right. Let me look up and read and learn more and evaluate their claim versus the facts I can gather and make my own decision, because that's what freedom is. And sometimes people will make the wrong choice. Bully for the flat earthers. That's their right. I don't have to agree with it, but that doesn't mean I get to beat them down and subjugate them because they have that opinion. Unless they're trying to harm me or defame me. Now we go into other laws that we already have that take care of that. But it's not for a platform to suddenly decide, today we have decided this is the thing we're going to correct because you don't know how to think. Because you're thinking the wrong way. That's dangerous. That's propaganda. That is probably the worst enslavement you could possibly have. It's not economic enslavement, it's your mental enslavement. It's putting your mind in a box and saying you can't get out of that. It's the same thing as when people say, Mike, you're black, so you're a Democrat. Why? What in that statement is a logical connection to that? Ice Cube's been beat up for even talking to someone who's not a Democrat about ways to improve his life and the life of other people around him. That's insane. Why would you say, ooh, you're trying to help people? You can't do that because you're the wrong color. Chelsea Handler, I just had a podcast about this last week, Sunday. And Chelsea Handler, she told 50 Cent he can't vote and he can't speak about his political views because of the color of his skin. Is that insane? Because I think that's insane. That's racism. That's sexism. And it's fear of being ostracized. It's fear of being called out. It's fear of being different. And you must be controlled. You must do what we say. That is horrendous. The amount of abuse that can be used to do that is incredible. And we got a taste of that in this nation once before under McCarthyism, and we rejected it wholesale. Well, now it's even more popular. It is even more prevalent, and it is more abusive. And we're not saying we reject it anymore. And that should terrify people. But who else has got a question? Come on, guys. Give me questions. I love it. It's not as fun as when I'm in person, because then it's a lot more connected, I know.
Okay, so going back to Binghamton and free speech.
Mm-hmm.
So with the incidents, with Binghamton being investigated by the Department of Education,
Yes.
What can you do as county legislator about this situation? What would be something that you would do when you're in office?
Okay, let me put on the political hat, and just for just people who are watching and letting everyone know, I wasn't going to use this background, my campaign background, because this isn't so much a political commentary. It's just a public commentary as a political commentator, except the whole Zoom thing crashed on me and I couldn't do it without having this background. But to answer your question, what can I do as a legislator? A lot and absolutely nothing at all, to be honest. There is no legal ramification I have available to me that I'm aware of at this time. Although there are certain county funds that I can try and fight to, say, limit and tell Binghamton University, if you don't change your policies to be free, to be equal, to not prefer one political organization over another, assuming that they lose their DOE investigation, which they will, based on everything in the argument that's in the terms of the investigation, there are several points where absolutely Binghamton University has no way of arguing. They did it. It's a violation of contract and law, and they're going to be punished for it. But until that happens, I can't put that law out there. But once it does, I can, as a legislator, say, okay, we may want to restrict certain funds from the county to BU until they prove that they have changed their policy and have enacted more freedoms for all students, no matter what political beliefs they may have, and to protect the lives of all students, regardless of what their political beliefs may be, and to stop tracking the political beliefs of students, which, Ben, I think that when they say you have to read these books, they're noting who's getting the books. They're noting who's read the books by comments and by also actions with their optional programs. That's tracking people. No, I don't agree with that. I think that's tracking people. I think that's wrong. And it's peer pressure and it's institutional pressure. So that's what I can do. And that is very limited. Now, what's the most important thing I can do as a legislator? It's kind of like what County Executive Jason Garnar did. And that is to go out and have a press conference and tell people something. But unlike that, instead of abusing my power and saying, well, we are officially saying this, it's, yes, I'm an elected official, so I can have a press conference and easily get the press to show up. And let me tell you what I think. Why I think this is bad for my community and for, my district, my county, and our nation. So, and having the ability to have that reach more easily, to be able to get to the news, to get to more events and speak to people, that helps to move it forward as well. So that's what I would hope. The combination of those two things, ultimately, I would hope would be what I could do. And in part, I can do it if I'm not elected, and to the extent that I can, whether I win or lose, I'm going to do it no matter what.
No Sound by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for being here with me. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx on February 11th. It's about 5:30, and I'm back right on time. And something very interesting happened to me while we were on the intermission. I was taking care of my puppy. He's 13 years old. And we were walking, and something happened that I think was very interesting. It has a lot to do with what's happening in New York City. But before we get started, I hope you enjoyed the conversation I was having with the Binghamton University students. I'm happy to go to any college and speak. I prefer to do it in person rather than on Zoom. I like to be very interactive. I hope people found that to be an interesting conversation that I had. That was in 2020. And if you're wondering around what was in the background, I was running for an elected office, Broome County legislator. And so I was running for the office at that time. That's why you had the background. I'm not running for office at this time. That being said, it was very interesting. I do want to update. There was some news that came out, breaking news. We see that. Nope. There it is. So, nope, wrong place. There we go. Breaking news. We now have the results of the Finnish election 2024 for them, for their new president. And the right has won. A conservative or more conservative president will be in Finland. It is Alexander Stubb has now won. He's been declared the winner. And this is a continuing process that we are seeing of Europe. Individual nations, they are realizing they need to become more conservative and more right-leaning because socialism has failed. Progressivism has failed. It has failed all of Europe. It is not effective for any of the nations. And slowly but steadily, we are seeing that the nation are saying, we can't keep going down this path. France and President Macron may want to be friends and cuddle with communism and China, but everyone else, Italy, Sweden, now Finland, and others, they're all saying, no, that's the wrong path. Mind you, America's trying to follow with Macron and become more socialist, to become more progressive, to be more aligned with China. That's at least what the academics would like us to do. That's what some of the Democrats in power would like us to do. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America want us to do. But that's not where the rest of the world is going. And I think that's very important, that we understand that's what's happening in the world right now. And I know people are going to start watching and getting ready to watch the Super Bowl, and they want to be distracted. But again, even the Super Bowl is filled with politics. There is propaganda. It is no longer just about entertainment and just enjoying a time with your friends. It's why I can't watch the Super Bowl. Ever since Colin Kaepernick decided to take a knee, I can't be involved in major sports. NFL, basketball, NBA, WNBA. None of it, really, throw it out the window. It's all about a propaganda show. It's about division and dividing America. And I think it's important to bring that up because many people will say, well, Mike, what's the point of all of this? Talking about the international politics, going into some of the details, understanding how inept and ineffective our government has been and how those dominoes have been gaining steam and multiplying themselves and becoming worse and worse, not just for the United States, but for the world. It's because I believe an informed American public is the most powerful tool to the world. The American people are insanely powerful. And that's why every country in the world, every regime, they love and hate America. They love and hate American people. This is why Iran wants to destroy America, the American people, regardless of your political faction. In fact, the rest of the world doesn't care about left and right in America because they see us as the same thing. Internally, we have a difference. The rest of the world doesn't look at it that way. And the reason why I think is important. When America is unified in its purpose, when our will is solidified, we change the world. We change the map. We change governments. We change everything. There is nothing that has ever withstood a unified American people. We won World War I. We won World War II. We led the world out of a depression. We created technology that has improved the quality of life even in third world nations. The poor and starving in the world are starving less and are less poor because of American will. Our charity. We have more charitable giving as American people than most governments combined. Okay, we feed nations. There is an experiment going on right now in Kenya. We have improved the net GDP of Kenya, the nation, because 2 Americans out of MIT decided they wanted to do an experiment about universal basic income. Our UBI experiment in 200 villages has enriched the lives of hundreds of people and improved the quality of life in the entire nation of Kenya. That's 2 Americans with an experiment. When America is unified in purpose, we change the map. Not only did we win World War I, not only did we win World War II, well, let's think about this. When we were about to wipe Iran and the Ayatollah off the map of the earth because they had taken, in 1980, they took our people hostage and they were holding on to them. And as they held them longer, the American will solidified more and more. Mind you, that was only about 10 years after Vietnam. Not even 10 years. America was war weary. We still hadn't dealt with the issue of taking care of our homeless, our veterans who had been damaged, PTSD. We still hadn't dealt with that yet, and we were building up and getting ready to barn stomp all of Iran to get our hostages back. And that's why Iran capitulated, even though they swore that they would kill America, that they would destroy America and Israel. That was in 1980, and they were terrified that the American people's will was solidifying around taking them out because they held our hostages, so they gave them up. Look at what happened after 9/11. The American people, right or wrong, it has nothing to do with it. When the American people reacted in unison together and said 9/11 will never happen again, that someone, a bunch of people are going to pay, and they're going to pay heavy. They're going to pay ultimate prices for what they dared do to our people, well, we've seen what happened. We changed the map again. And in more peaceful terms, when it comes to things like apartheid, we changed the map. Apartheid had been going on for a long, long time in South Africa. But when the American people unified in our will, not our government, the government knew apartheid was happening, didn't care. Politicians, the political parties knew apartheid was going on, they didn't care. They didn't care until the American people, not the colleges, the American people said, we should do something about this. We don't like this. We're fed up with it. Now that we have been informed that it was happening, because quite honestly, most Americans don't care about what happens in the rest of the world. Let's be true. But once we did care, it changed. We put the pressure on and we changed the map again. This is why it is important for American people to be informed and why there are so many people like the Democratic Socialists of America, like the progressive leaders of tomorrow, those individuals who want the American people less and less informed and more divided. Because when we unify and we have a similar purpose, we get a strong president and we change the globe. Every single time. And no other nation on the face of the earth can say that they do that as consistently, as capably, as impactfully as America does. The American people are the thing that makes it different. And that's why this channel exists. Because I believe in informing the American people. You may be a progressive, you may be a Democrat, a conservative, a libertarian, or a Republican, or even a conservative Republican, and not agree with anything I have to say. And that is fine. I don't care that you don't agree with everything I say. In fact, I suggest you shouldn't. No one should agree with me 100%. You should be informed for yourself and make your own final decision on whatever issue we are talking about. But I think you need to be informed. And I do this because if you are informed, Americans don't panic when they know what's going on. Americans don't lash out violently or badly when we are informed. When we're emotional, absolutely, we lash out and we make a hell of a lot of mistakes, big mistakes. But when we are informed and we know what we're doing, we know why we are doing it, we have an agreement on how we want to get something done, nothing on the face of the earth can stop us, no matter what it may be, no matter what the challenge is. When the American people said, we want to go to the moon, we went to the moon, and we did it in a decade. Something that no one thought was possible, something that no one thought was in the realm of capability, was all in sci-fi and just in people's imaginations. And we landed on the moon multiple times, over and over again. When every other nation was trying to figure out how to get in satellites into space, we had people walking on the moon. That's why this is important. That's why I ask people, please like, share, and subscribe, because the more informed an American public is, the more unified we are, the stronger our will may be. We will get stronger leaders and we will change the world. And most of the time, when we're doing it not because of an emotional reaction, but because we have thought through the situation, we improve the world over and over again. Because of America, there are fewer people who are poor today. There are fewer people who are starving today because of America. Full stop. Someone wants to tell you America's evil, that's because they are jealous or they want the power that you, the American people, have. That is a fact. Now, I bring that up for a very specific reason. Before we do anything else in the show, I want to tell you, I was walking my dog during the intermission while you were listening to me talk to Binghamton University. I was walking my dog and a migrant walked up to me. Now, I know it's a migrant. The man presumably doesn't speak English. He may not be able to speak, but I think he did. He didn't speak English. He had an iPhone, and I believe it was an iPhone 12. I used to sell phones, retail. I used to sell phones for a living, and it looked like an iPhone 12. And on the iPhone 12, he had a translation. And it doesn't matter which link it was a translation from. Don't worry about that. But he had written out a request, and he was saying, look, I'm a father, and I'm struggling, and I need, if you can help me with some money so I can feed my child. And he's walking with looked like an 8-year-old girl walking alongside him. I don't know if it was his daughter or not. I'm not even going to presume to guess. I'm going to assume that it was his daughter. So I had a migrant walk up to me to beg for money so he could feed this child. His clothing were fine. No wear, they're brand new clothes, or relatively new clothes. The daughter was appropriately dressed for the weather. She had no problem. Neither of them were dirty. They were clean. Okay, so they're not your typical person in need. That doesn't mean they aren't in need, but I want you to understand that scenario. In the Bronx, in this section of the Bronx that used to be a middle-class haven, we have a huge assortment of migrants from around the world. And these migrants are walking around. He has an iPhone 12. He's asking me for money. He's asking me for money as I'm walking my dog. He has an iPhone 12. He's got clean clothes. He's got his kid who looks healthy, seems to be well fed, well clothed as he's walking along. And he kept, after I said no, he went on, went to the next person, and he just showed them the same thing. Here, look at, mind you, he didn't speak. I don't know what language he spoke. Not his native language. I just know that on his iPhone 12, he kept showing, he just would show people and stop them and say, let them point at his phone so they could read his request for money. No one gave him money. And then he just kept walking down the block to the next one, the next one, the next one. You know why that's important? Because in no other nation could you possibly do that. In no other nation could he come to America, and I'm presuming he's illegal, because otherwise, why wouldn't you go to the government agencies that we have, we're spending $10 billion in New York City on illegal aliens. He's living somewhere, and he's living somewhere that allows him to stay clean. Unless this was the first day he was in America, which I truly doubt, he's going somewhere to stay clean. He's going somewhere to live with his daughter. I know there are shelters here in the Bronx. There's one 4 blocks away from me right now. They built it just for it. It's an entire motel that they built and has filled the entire thing with nothing but illegal aliens. So I know there's that, and there's a couple of other shelters. And here he is, he's walking around begging for money with an iPhone 12. That's a newer phone than my phone. I don't have a phone by the way, I don't use iPhones, I use Samsung, but still, I have an S10. He has an iPhone 12. That's newer than my phone. And he's asking me for money? His clothes were in better shape than my clothes are. Only in America can you do that. Only in America is it acceptable for someone to walk down the street and just ask for money. And by the way, there's lots of scams where individuals will rent out children because Americans are more likely to donate to someone who has a child because we want to take care of the children. I have no problem taking care of the children. But they use that as their advantage. They get the sympathy, they get the emotion, and then they get the money. Then they pay off the child, whoever has the child, they pay them for loaning out their kid so that they could get all the money. And the Bronx isn't known for being the richest part of New York City. Forget about New York State, New York City, not the richest location, especially not this location, which is filled with migrants. And yet, it's that much better. The quality of life is that much better. And they're telling me that America is an evil, horrible place. Really? Think about that. Because if it was so horrible, so difficult, so dangerous, so terrible, Why would he, let's assume everything is correct. Let's assume he's legally in America. Let's assume that that is his daughter. He has an iPhone 12 that was given to him by the government. He's clean and fed and walking around asking for money. Why would he do that if America isn't great? If America isn't a better place than wherever the hell he was? I don't know. Very few people will actually point that out and think about that. Very few people will actually have that conversation. Very few people notice the details about that. They want to tell you, oh no, you're evil, you're an ist, you're a phobe. Wait a minute. I don't want hundreds of thousands, millions of illegal aliens coming in. We cannot feed them all. We cannot house them all. We cannot take care of them all because we don't even know how many are coming. We need an order to this, a structure to this. It's not that America isn't giving. We give more than nations do. I'm talking about the individual American citizen. Our charities are bigger and have more money and give out more food than many nations do. There are countries that depend on us. And so they want to say, but you're not giving enough. Screw you. Go talk to France about that. Go ask India or China about how much they're giving, because it's not the same as America. Not even close. Not even close to the American people. I don't know. It's very upsetting. That moment upset me, and it made me think about that. Look at what we have done to change the world, to improve the world, and yet, no matter how much we give, we're being told it's never enough, it's not good enough, you have to obey, because someone in the government's going to take care of it. Well, the government didn't take care of that guy and his daughter as they're walking around. Yeah, they got him an iPhone 12, didn't get him a job, didn't give him, why is he out begging for money and food? If the government is so great at taking care of this problem, then why is the problem walking along, coming up to me while I'm walking my dog? You should think about that. It's an aspect of this that I think is very important. And it's part of the reason why we are seeing nation after nation. It's why Denmark is telling its people they have to prepare. They have to become more hardy. They have to get ready for war. And we have all these distractions. The housewives of Who Gives a Damn, what are they on? They're there to class warfare. They're there to have you be jealous, be distracted, to say that look at the filthy rich, the evil people, look at them in their lives. Not only does the money corrupt them, but I don't want them to have that. I want what they have. That's what the housewives are about. It's very upsetting. And again, no one has this conversation with you because they're afraid. Because if they actually have this conversation with you and this conversation goes out and more people have this conversation and say, well, we should be informed, we should understand, America will change the world. Almost always for the better. I'm not saying we're perfect. We make mistakes. But by and large, more than any other nation in the world, we make things better. As long as we have a unified goal and we have the will, and that provides us a strong leader. We don't have any of those things. We have division. We have the Super Bowl where they have a black national anthem. We've got Joe Biden who can't remember anything. He doesn't know who the leader of Egypt or Mexico happened to be. He's helping to give money and aid and support to Hamas and the Houthis as they attack us, kill our people, and hold them hostage. He abandons 30,000 Americans around the world. That's not strong leadership. That's not a unified purpose. That's a problem. And the world is watching this. They are watching us fall apart. They're watching us divide. Oh, you didn't get the jab. You're a bad person. You have the wrong color of skin. You're a bad person. You have the wrong sexual preference. You're a bad person. We have to divide, divide, divide. Separate people. Oh, yeah, we're going to give your job to someone because of DEI, not because they're the best person for the job, not because they're better qualified than you. Oh, by the way, how do you feel about that? You should just submit and be silent about it. But if you're upset, well, now you've qualified as being MAGA. You're just evil. You're a bad person because you're upset that you lost, because if it was meritocracy, you would be able to have that job instead of that other person that the government decided should be able to have it. Taking away your agency, your ability to make choices, and taking away theirs as well. Turning them into subhuman puppets, nothing more than a slave that is there to be toyed with. This is upsetting, folks, and this is the lesson that's going around the world. This is what the world is seeing. This is why the world is militarizing. Look anywhere in the world you want. They are militarizing. They are preparing for a conflict. And by the way, the conflict, they don't expect it to happen under President Trump. You listen to everybody and what they have said. They're talking about 27, 28, 29, 30. That's the time frame they're talking about. The conversation today by Denmark saying that NATO could be in a war in 3 to 5 years, that's not the Trump presidency. That would be the next person after Trump. Assuming that America gets another weak leader without an actual foreign policy plan, without any plan, and playing nothing but politics, which is what we see from Democrats and progressives right now. If there's anyone who is progressive or Democrat who disagrees with me on this, please let me hear your words. Tell me how I am wrong. Because that's what you guys are presenting to the world. Let me see here. Let me look back on the comments. And Dow says, the World Economic Forum sees the individualistic rights promoting liberty first proponents as the ultimate threat to authoritarian globalist oligarchy. Well, I understand that, Dow, and like I said, they are terrified of a unified America. A unified America changes the world constantly. We change the map. We change governments. We change everything. And again, normally for the better, over and over again. Dow says, sadly, libertarians need to figure out how to settle on a solidified message before they can be taken seriously. Wish they would just return to the fundamentals and just focus on liberty first. Well, that's a question for the libertarians. And I know many libertarians. As people know, a good friend of mine is Larry Sharp. I appear on his program on a regular basis. I've talked with him about this before. Libertarians can be like herding cats at times. I can't tell you more than that. Dow goes on to say, sounds like the begging that occurs in China, what I experienced today. That is terrible. That can go bad in so many ways the longer it is allowed to continue. What it is going bad in so many ways. In fact, we see in the news right now, again, while I was gone, we got an update from the mainstream news media from, what's his name? Eric Adams, mayor of New York, and he just came out with an announcement. And I want to show that to you right now. So this came out, it's basically more breaking news. New York City is going to impose an 11 p.m. curfew on illegal aliens, the very same people that stopped me in the street here in the Bronx. Well, 66,000 illegal aliens. You can call them refugees, you can call them undocumented migrants, you can call them whatever you want. The legal term is illegal alien. People who broke the United States law to enter into New York. At record numbers in New York State, in Maine, in New Hampshire, record numbers of illegal aliens entering the city. 66,000 that are in 200 shelters across New York City. This is just one city. That's an entire town of people are under a 11 p.m. curfew not to leave their houses. Why? Some people will say, well, that's because of the shooting. Excuse me. That's because illegal immigrants were in Times Square and they attacked a police officer. No, that was last week, where 11 of these illegal aliens decided that they wanted to attack the police without any repercussion. And because of the bail reform, they were released immediately. You remember that story, right? 11 illegal aliens beat up a police officer because they were stealing from stores. They were shoplifting. And because they were being held accountable, they didn't like that because they had been taught that laws don't apply to them. Because being an illegal alien, they broke the law and they got $60,000 spent on them. They got an apartment or room to stay in. They've got food. They've got a monthly stipend. They can steal and not go to jail. And what happened? They went to jail and then they were released after beating up the police, after committing a crime of shoplifting. And then they ran away and went to where? Sanctuary, into California. Jumped on a bus and went to California. And we'll never see them again. I know, New York City, Kathy Hochul and Eric Adams and the police, they're saying, oh, no, we will hold them accountable. They'll show up for their trial. No, they won't. They're gone. You'll never see them again. Rather, you'll never see them in a New York City trial again. They may commit more crimes, and they probably will, in California or wherever else they wind up going after that when no one knows where they are. But you aren't going to see them in the New York trial for this. No, but the reason why there's a curfew isn't because of the attack against the police. It's because a 15-year-old illegal alien shot people, shot a tourist and shot at the police at Times Square. This is the consequence of having people who have been shown and told and rewarded for breaking the law. They know they were breaking the law entering into America illegally. They know they did that. They know that was a crime. They know that they will be getting sanctuary in New York State and New York City, that no one will hold them accountable for breaking the law. And if one law doesn't matter, what law does? They just saw the week before that 11 guys beat up the police because those illegal aliens were breaking the law and they didn't get punished. They're not in jail. They're not being punished. If you were in any other country, the secret police would have shot those illegal aliens dead. In other countries, they would be in a gulag right now. But in America, they went to jail and then they were released immediately. This tells the illegal alien laws don't have consequences. So why shouldn't a 15-year-old go around shooting people? Because he did. Because he expects to be released. There is no law for him. The laws only apply to other Americans, not him. He broke the law. He's in America. He's getting $60,000 a year spent on him just to provide him with a place to stay. He gets a card so that he can, $53 million is being spent to give them cards so they can eat every day. $13, $15 per meal, paid for by the American people. Laws don't apply. He gets a reward for breaking the law. He gets rewarded for breaking the law. So why are we surprised when we see them breaking the law over and over again? And we shouldn't be surprised by this. We really shouldn't. Because this is We shouldn't be surprised by this because this is exactly what we saw happen in Europe. This is why Finland and Sweden and Italy, why they're closing their borders. It's why we're seeing France suddenly say, as much as they want to be like China, they're saying, hey, we're going to take away birthright citizenship. Why are they becoming more conservative, even as some of these nations are trying to become more socialist? They're stuck in this middle ground because they know illegal immigration doesn't lead to diversity. It doesn't make your country better. It makes it worse. Not to say that you can't have legal migration, legal immigrants. That's not the same thing. We're talking about illegal, the crime, those who are willing to commit a crime and rewarded, which incentivizes them to commit more crime. And they have seen that in France. They have seen that in Finland and Sweden and Switzerland and in Italy. They have seen people abuse the system over and over again to the detriment of those countries. And it doesn't end, because they will never end that. They will never integrate. They don't want to be the citizen of Italy. They don't want to be a citizen of France or Sweden or Finland or Switzerland. They don't want to be that, because then they would have to follow the law. The law would actually apply to them. But as an illegal, they are absolved. They are given sanctuary. This is a lesson we should be paying attention to, from overseas to the United States. But in California, in New York, in Illinois, in Maine, they're trying, in New Hampshire, they're trying to tell us, no, you just don't understand. In Massachusetts, they're telling us, you just don't understand. We just need to give those illegal aliens a little more time, and then they'll become Americans. Why? What's the reason? If they become Americans, they have to work, which they don't have to do now. They'd have to pay taxes, which they don't do now. They would have to move out of the shelters, which they don't have to do now. They would have to follow the law, which they don't do now. What incentive do they have to change anything? They don't. That's the truth. That is the reality that is being hidden from us, that is being obscured by the mainstream media. Every time they tell you, well, you're just a racist. What's that got to do with racism? By the way, who am I racist against? You're racist against illegal aliens. Guess what? Illegal alien isn't a race. You can't say that. I'm talking about the law. I'm talking about the infrastructure of America. I'm talking about maintaining our country and our unity. Oh, but that's just racist. To who? How? How is it racist to enforce the law? Well, no one's an illegal alien. There's no such thing. Yes, there is. That's why 127 countries around the world have walls on their borders. It's why every country in the world has immigration law. Because everyone can be an illegal alien. Because there is a thing called law and infrastructure and the ability to absorb and interact with people coming into your nation. This is a reality. I know the left doesn't like this. They don't like to deal with reality. No, but you forgot the rainbow and the unicorn. It's in the rosy colored glasses, that it'll just be fine. We'll just throw more and more money at it and it'll go away. We don't have the money and it's not going away because you've been throwing money at it for decades and it hasn't improved, and it's not going to, because there is no reason for it to improve. New York City is putting in a curfew now because 11 illegal aliens who were shoplifting and violently robbing people didn't get held accountable. They were released and they went to California and no one stopped them. And why should any illegal alien think that the law applies to them? They have a curfew out. And what's going to happen right now? They have the 11 o'clock till 6 in the morning, a curfew. And what happens if you're an illegal alien and you're out after the curfew? Are they going to deport you? No, they're not. This is useless. Eric Adams is like, oh my God, well, we have a curfew. You can't be out. And what's the consequence? You've already said you're not going to deport them. You've already said you're not going to turn them over to ICE. You're not going to turn them over to the federal government to have them detained and to return to their country because they broke the law. No, you're a sanctuary city, so there is no consequence to them. You're not going to put them in jail. You released violent criminals. Why are you going to hold somebody who's out at he's out at midnight walking around smoking a cigarette, and you're going to put him in jail? But, the people who attack the police, that attack American citizens, you're going to let them walk free? I don't think so. They have nothing to fear. This is how backwards and broken this progressive mindset is. There is no consequence, no negative consequence. There are only rewards, and everyone is seeing this and saying, why wouldn't I take part in that? Does this make sense? Can people understand this? I think we do. People, you may not like it. I understand people will feel bad about this and they will feel upset about this. I get that. But how you feel has nothing to do with the reality. You may feel bad for these illegal aliens. You may feel bad that their countries are crap, that they're third world nations that are falling apart. That's not my problem. That's not your problem. That's not the United States problem. They need to fix their country. We can't do it all for them. And that doesn't mean that we have to take them in and allow them to abuse and break our system, to break us. Because everything they're taking away from American citizens makes our country worse. We are spending $5 billion a year in New York City on these illegal aliens. That's $5 billion that doesn't go to fixing the subway, reducing the population of rats, cutting down the amount of disease, and helping to house the American citizens that are homeless, who have mental issues, moms that need shelters with their kids, the education system, enforcing the law. All of that is being lost. That's $5 billion less for any of those issues. You want to have climate change? You believe in trying to go green with energy? Fantastic, renewable energy. New York has $5 billion less of renewable energy opportunities. They're just eliminated because we're spending it on illegal aliens. And they will not close the door. They will not turn the spigot off. It's wide open, and they're going to keep doing it. They've already told us they will not stop being a sanctuary city, a sanctuary state. You can't complain that the ship is sinking because it has a hole and it is being flooded by water. And you cannot complain about that and say, by the way, we're not going to seal the hole. Thank you. Graham says, yeah, he understands my perspective. Thank you, Graham. Again, people don't have to agree with me 100%. People can say, Mike, I think you're wrong. Okay, how? How am I wrong? Graham says, I still think the mass migration we've seen since Biden took office is deliberate and part of a plan to import a new class of cheap labor. A lot of people say that. I've heard that from people, my friends over at the Liberty First Foundation on the Friday Roundtable. Frank Johnson has mentioned that more than once, that this is deliberate. It is meant to break the system. There are many people who will point to, the book, Something for Radicals. It's the famous book where they outline that one of the things you want to do to break the American democracy, to break capitalism, you have to stress the system, to break the system, so that you can impose your new system in its place. It's a progressive mantra. And many people believe that illegal immigration is part of that. And it does provide cheap labor, kind of. Yes, but I don't think that's really it. I think how can I say, Graham? I think the idea of that is far beyond many of the progressives, many of the Democrats, many of the socialists. I don't think they're thinking that far. I don't think they understand the consequences of what they're doing. Just like I said, they're rewarding criminal behavior and not recognizing that when they reward criminal behavior, they get more of it. Those are two separate things. when you speak to progressives, and I've spoken to many, and you speak to democratic socialists, and I've spoken to many, and you talk about these policies and these problems, and they compartmentalize. Those are each separate. They don't see the bleed over. They don't see the connection. They don't see the cause and effect. They see, here's one thing, and it's completely isolated on its own. We have an open border. That is separate of anything that happens because we have the open borders. So we have the open borders, then they have mass migration, then they have infrastructure of our cities. They don't see those three things being connected. They see them as three separate issues that are not connected at all. They have compartmentalized it because if they thought of it and actually looked at it as being connected, that each one affects the other, then their policies fail. And they have to admit it is a failure, that they have to stop and come up with a new plan because they will never get their objectives. Nothing will work. It will all break down. They can't accept that failure. So they have to keep them as separate issues and not connect them. They have to be separate and they have to be individualized, and they can never be connected in any kind of way. Because if you do, then it fails. Rules for Radicals. Thank you, by Saul Alinsky. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you for that, Graham. Graham says, in my view, the criminal migrants should be deported, but it's not a feasible plan to deport all of the migrants who came here for a better life and to raise their family that became assets to America. Well, here's the thing. They're all criminals. Full stop. If you're an illegal alien, you're a criminal. Full stop. They broke the law. So should they be deported? Yes. Because that is the consequence of breaking that law. They are criminal. They broke the law. The consequence is you're deported. People say, well, we can't deport them all. We've never tried. Let's try it. Maybe we won't get them all. But let me ask you, if we deport 25, 50% of them, 75% of them, if we reverse the mass migration and make it a mass exodus, a mass forced exodus, we're removing them all, do you think we're going to get migrant caravans of 8 or 10,000 of these illegal aliens coming to our borders? If we seal the border, we shut down the border, and we're kicking them out left and right, day after day, do you think they're going to be as eager to come into America? Are they going to have the same expectations that they're going to sit and live in a 3 or 4-star hotel with gift cards to be able to buy all the food they want, extra money to spend on anything that they want, to have hotel service and maid service? No, those expectations disappear. And so they have to really think about, do they want to enter America illegally? Mind you, I'm not saying we can't have legal migrants. This is the game that the left likes to play and wants you to think, well, then no one's coming into America. That's not true. We still will allow legal migrants. Legal migration still exists. We still get over 1 million legal migrants coming into America every year. We have a line that's 20 years long of people who want to come into America. That's not the problem. We have cheap labor and we have migrants that want to come in and be productive parts of America. Those are the assets you're talking about. Those are the legal migrants. We have to make sure we understand there is a big difference and you cannot mix them together. A legal migrant is not an illegal. They are not the same at all in any way, shape, or form. They are completely different categories of people, and we need to treat them like different categories of people. And Democrats absolutely hate doing that because, again, they have to compartmentalize it. And so all migrants are the same. No, they're not. Not even close. Notice, we're not seeing legal migrants, people who've been waiting and going through the correct process, getting vetted and brought into America. You're not seeing them running around robbing, stealing, causing crime, attacking the police, shooting people in the middle of the streets. You're not seeing them do that. They don't. Legal migrants are some of the most law-abiding individuals in the entire United States, probably second to concealed carry holders. Some of the most law-abiding individuals, legal migrants. Not the same thing as illegals. But Graham, I understand your point of view. I just want you to see the counter on that. I want you to see the full aspect of that. Because, again, we are charitable. America is giving. We have bleeding hearts to help everyone. But we can't. We can't help everyone. What we can do is help the most people that we are capable of doing it. And we have capabilities far exceeding any other country in the world. We can help more people, and we do help more people than any other country in the world. Multiple countries combined do not equal the way that American citizens privately help the world. We are giving. We're doing it. We just need to stop having the government or factions within the government undercut the American people and break our nation. It's just an observation that I've had, and I don't know. I don't think most people will say that honestly and share that honestly. They're so busy with the emotion that they don't get it. And they're so busy with that emotion that they just don't care. And we're talking about emotion, so let's talk about moving on from illegal aliens, moving on from what we're seeing in the breakdown of New York State and the destruction of our infrastructure and our nation. Let's talk about something that's also quite essential and something that is also continuing to destroy our nation. Let's talk about what happened with the Supreme Court, the 14th Amendment, our election system. This is critical because if we don't trust our elections, we don't have a country. This is something we see all around the world. If people don't trust their elections, they don't go vote. The elections become corrupt and manipulated, and that's a problem. And the governments have less and less trust as people manipulate and use that corruption for power more and more. And eventually it winds up into a civil war, a coup. It winds up being Sudan. You turn into the Sudan. Or Angola. This is the problem. Or the Philippines, Myanmar. We see it all around the world all the time. When you don't trust your government, because the government is failing and it is falling apart, then everything goes wrong after that. Nothing gets fixed. Everything breaks down further and further until it leads to, ultimately, riots and civil war and regime changes. Every time. So that's part of why the 14th Amendment is so important, in this case about Colorado trying to deny Donald Trump from the ballot. Mind you, there is a First Amendment aspect of this as well, which I think is very important. American citizens have the right to express themselves both in their voting as well as their support. They have that right, ultimately, that right to express themselves any way they want. You can write in any name. States do not have the right to deny an election. And I've seen a lot of comments because I did a commentary on this, a little short one. I did a short clip. And at the moment, and the link will be in the description from C-SPAN here, this is the oral arguments of Colorado trying to convince the Supreme Court that Colorado has the right to remove American citizens' First Amendment right to vote for whomever they want, to express themselves politically, and that Colorado has the right to deny an individual the right to be on a ballot because of an accusation. Accusation equals guilt. That is ultimately the argument of Colorado, because some people in Colorado, in particular a couple of judges, think that President Trump is guilty. Therefore, he must be punished by law. They haven't found him guilty. He isn't criminally guilty. He hasn't been charged with a crime. He has not been convicted with a crime. They accused him of the crime. They assume, they feel that he must be guilty, and therefore he must be punished. This is an abuse and aberration of the American system. Again, just like with the illegal aliens. We reward a crime, and then we're surprised that more crime happens. Here we are, we're seeing them make an accusation and punish people because of the feeling about that accusation, but there is no proof. Again, the system breaks. No one trusts elections when that happens, and it falls apart. Less people want to be involved by voting. Less people want to be involved in the day-to-day of the operations because they're convinced. If it is that corrupt, if it is that broken, then why do I need to pay attention? Because nothing you can do. If the system is rigged against you, there's nothing you can do. So why vote? That's why we have more voter apathy today. It's not about mail-in ballots. It's not about having extra time to make a decision. It's not about registration where we have the ease of access already. It's not about voter ID. It's about the system's corrupt. What's the point? And that's why you hear so many people say, does it matter if I vote? The answer is yes, it does. Again, going back to when the American people are unified in our voice, in our will, in our purpose, we change the world. But if you're taking away our will, nothing else happens. Why am I involved if the system is corrupt? I can't change that. You can change it if you just get the will and do it anyway. Vote anyway. Go and write in anyway. Make your voices heard. You can make the difference. But they're trying to convince you otherwise. They're destroying that. And I don't think that the judges understood that. So the first argument they're making is the state is more powerful than the people. And I think that's crazy. It's not just the federal government more powerful than the people. Now, I have seen the argument in the comments, and I have, 100 comments on this. And over, the 90% of everyone who commented just told me, well, Trump's evil, Trump, orange man bad, orange man go to jail, orange man, I don't like him. I don't care about any of that. I don't care about anyone's feelings. Whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, I don't care. Because your feelings are immaterial to the law. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about your feelings. You can have whatever feeling you want. That's yours. I respect that. You have a feeling. Fantastic. Meaningless to me, because that has nothing to do with an election. That has nothing to do with efficient and effective leadership. It has nothing to do with legislation. Nothing. You can feel whatever you want. Those things, that's transitory. That's you. We're talking about empirical fact, which is an election and the results of an election and corruption in our government. That's what we're talking about. That's empirical. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It's a matter of it exists. And so taking out 90% of the comments that just said, orange man bad, throw them out the window. I don't care about them. Meaningless to me. Let's get to the juice of it. So people have said, well, Mike, you just don't understand. The 14th Amendment prevents Trump. No, because Trump isn't an insurrectionist. Trump, like every American citizen, is innocent. I don't care how you, again, don't confuse your feeling about January 6th. Some people's feeling about January 6th is that those people committed a crime. Yes, that's your feeling. That doesn't mean that they committed the crime you think they created. They're like, well, they're insurrectionists. They weren't charged with insurrection. We have a legal standing. There is a crime called insurrection. There is a crime called treason. They weren't charged with insurrection or treason. They were charged with trespassing. Big difference. Not the same thing. And a handful of people were charged with interrupting the operation of the government. That's not treason. That's not insurrection. Because guess what? Jamal Bowman interrupted the operation of the United States government. He wasn't charged with insurrection either. He wasn't charged. Now, he should have been charged with interfering with the operation of the government. He pulled a fire alarm, and that stopped ongoing votes in Congress because Congress had to be evacuated. He interrupted the operation of government. But I don't see the news media screaming about Jamal Bowman being an insurrectionist. Yet it's the same thing. So we're playing with two different sets of rules, which means that's corrupt. That means the system has failed. Therefore, people do not trust it, and that's the bigger problem. So again, in almost every single case, people go, well, Trump is an insurrectionist. There has never been the conviction of insurrection or treason. Doesn't exist. Well, he was impeached, and impeachment is a trial. It is not a conviction. It is a trial. And Trump was exonerated. He wasn't convicted. He was brought to trial, and he was exonerated. Point blank. So he is innocent. By definition, in the United States. You go over to another country, and you may have a very different answer. You go to North Korea, it's not the same thing. You go to Venezuela, you're not going to get the same kind of treatment. In Cuba, you're not getting the same kind of treatment. But in America, Trump is innocent. And you cannot presume his guilt. But that's exactly what we are seeing be done by Colorado. They have perverted the system. They've done what Nancy Pelosi did, which is Nancy Pelosi said that Trump had to prove himself innocent. No, he doesn't. No American has to prove themselves innocent. The system, the government, has to prove you guilty. There's a big difference in that. The burden is entirely on the government, on their accusation, the charges. They have to justify and prove their charges beyond a shadow of doubt. That Trump is innocent beyond a shadow of doubt. You have to show the doubt. You have to prove the doubt. You have to prove the crime, which has not been attempted. So on that basis, Colorado's argument fails. It does not equal the 14th Amendment. But I've heard other arguments. I've heard people say, well, it doesn't apply at the time. See, the argument from, and this is what I have queued up here. I'm going to get to the comments in a second. I see you, Grace. I see some of your comments, Graham. But I have this timed up. It's 1 hour, 27 minutes in the C-SPAN oral arguments discussion. 1 hour, 27 minutes. I recommend people check it out. It is Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch. And Gorsuch is saying, I have trouble with his last name, Gorsuch. He's asking a question, and it's very important. I think this defeats Colorado all by itself. With everything else understood, if you want to even go beyond the First Amendment, you want to go beyond the presumption of guilt, you want to go past that accusation equals guilt, going on beyond that, then here's the argument that he makes. Colorado is arguing that at the moment that January 6th took place, in that second, President Trump ceased being president and became an insurrectionist. That's the argument of Colorado. That guilt was implied and placed upon Trump the moment January 6th happened, without any trial, without anything else. And therefore, he is guilty because at that moment, once he became an insurrectionist without trial, without any action, he instantly became that, and therefore he instantly had the 14th Amendment placed upon him, and he cannot run for another elected office. So the question from Justice Gorsuch is, well, if he's invalid as a president, he's no longer president, then can the military, who is the commander-in-chief of the military, who is doing international policy, everyone underneath, everyone who follows the orders of the president, they can't follow President Trump anymore because at that moment he ceased being president. Colorado says, no, you misunderstood. And this is important. The argument from Colorado is Trump was both president and insurrectionist at the same moment. It's Schrodinger's president. It's kind of like Schrodinger's cat. He is both the president, the legal law-abiding president, and also he is an illegal usurper and a insurrectionist at the same moment, which makes no sense whatsoever. Again, this is the left compartmentalizing that, oh, well, he can be both things. And yes, if you were in the military, Trump had the legal right, according to Colorado, because he was sitting in the White House, because he had the title president, he had the power. Therefore, he is the president. But they're saying because he had the trappings of president, then he had the power of president, which I don't see how there's a difference between the two, quite honestly. This is the argument of Colorado. I don't see the difference. He's got all the trappings. He has all the power of president, so he's the illegitimate president. No, that means he's the legal president. But their answer is, so the military and everyone else has to keep following President Trump at that moment. This doesn't make any sense. He's illegal. So everything Trump did from January 6th to January 20th, every piece of legislation, every conversation with every country, every direction and order to the military, everything is invalid? That we have to wipe all of that out? That we have to reverse all of that because none of that existed? And who was in charge of America at that time? Oh, no, but he was sitting in the White House, so it's all valid. Well, then that means he's president. Either he is president or he isn't. He isn't both. Again, at that moment, and that's the argument that, and I know people have said, well, they're talking about after the fact. No, that's not the argument they made. That's not the argument that Colorado made. They didn't say afterwards he retroactively, no, they said at that moment. Neil Gorsuch, the Supreme Court justice, was very clear about that. He even clarified it twice because the defense for Colorado tried to change the argument 3 different times. They kept trying to change it because they knew their argument failed. It doesn't legally, it's a mess. And they knew that they could not support the argument they were making. And that example from the Supreme Court proved they were wrong. And it's not the only time. He wasn't the only justice. I believe Justice Brown, also, Jackson Brown, she also gave a great argument. I forget exactly the argument. Again, same thing, saying, you guys failed. You're wrong. It doesn't work. This is going to fail miserably. The 14th Amendment, Section 3, does not apply to President Trump. Then, at the moment of January 6th, nor at any point since, because he's not convicted. He never committed a crime. And therefore, he's never been an insurrectionist. Let's look at it from a different point of view, though. And I'll get to some of the comments. I'm going to get to the comments in a second. But let's look at it from a different point of view. Let's look at it from the opposite. That, let's assume, if you accept, and if President Trump is guilty, if he is an insurrectionist, at the moment, we are talking about accusation equals guilt. And they have used this, and the left, the Democrats, the progressives and socialists, they love this because this is the whole basis of the Me Too movement. This is the whole basis of hating MAGA. It's the basis of critical race theory. Oh, you're white, so you must be evil. Oh, you're not white, well, then you must be a victim. Oh, you have the wrong sex, well, then you're homophobic. It's the accusation. Well, you're MAGA. You believe in making America great. Well, then you must be a Nazi. See, these are all accusations that are equal to guilt, that you're a problem, that you are the evil. None of it is justified. None of it is proven. This is pure emotion. They feel that way. It doesn't mean it's true. Just because you may be white does not mean you are evil or a bad person. But critical race theory says you must be. And we must segregate from you. Voluntary segregation or not, there must be segregation because of DEI, because you must, by birth, be an evil, bad person. I reject that. I completely disagree with that. If I were to accept that, then I have brothers and sisters who are as light-skinned as almost any Italian in America. And you know what? People look at them, many people look at them and say, oh, well, they're white. No, they're Puerto Ricans, just like me. They just have lighter skin than I do. And guess what? I'm not going to hate my brothers and sisters because they're white-skinned. They're still my brothers and sisters. Still had the same dad. They're still my family. I'm not going to treat them different just because of the color of their skin. That would be racist. That is the definition of racism. That is evil. But that's critical race theory. Accusation equals guilt. Me too. Because a woman said so, she must believe. Believe all women and all cases all the time. What about the women we have proven, that have been proven in court to have lied? What about women who've made the accusation, but it wasn't true? I mean, go back in time. Remember all the women, what was it? Rosewood. A black man was accused of doing something with a woman, which there's no evidence of, but because of the accusation, they destroyed an entire city. That's accusation equals guilt. It's the same thing that we're doing today. The ramifications of that are evil and destructive to the society, to the nation, to the individual. It is evil. And that's what they're doing to Trump. And they are trying to make it a legal precedent that if you have the right pedigree, if you're a judge, a political, an elected political official, if you're a political organization, you can determine by yourself the innocence or guilt of anyone. That a political organization of sufficient size, a news agency, a judge, these powerful individuals, these elite, isolated groups of people can suddenly hand down an accusation against anyone, and that person must be punished as if they were guilty. Same thing with red flag laws. You committed no crime. The state will take away your Second Amendment right. They will take away your children. They will take away your property. They will embarrass you in front of your neighbors and your community. It will have ramifications on your job and your ability to live forever after you never committed a crime. They just accused you of being a danger to yourself or others. There is never proof of this. It is not required. Not in any state, not in any form. I have read every state's red flag laws, all 19 of them, well, 18 states and Washington, Washington, D.C. I've read all 18 plus Washington, D.C.'s red flag laws and proposals, every single one of them. There is not one that requires a crime, not one. They require an accusation. That's it. Someone just has to say, I think you're dangerous. And they will take away your life. And you will be punished, irrevocably punished. Because even if they are found to have made it up in virtually every single state, I think there's only one state with the red flag laws as they were originally written, only one state has any hint of a consequence for lying. There is no consequence for lying about Me Too. There is no consequence about CRT. There is no consequence for red flag laws. If you lied, oops, that person still lost the property. They've still been destroyed in the public place. You can't even sue someone for illegally and incorrectly putting a red flag against you. You can't sue. There is no recourse. This is what accusation equals guilt provides you. And it is coming from elites used against individuals. It is a tool of compliance and submission, and it is evil. And that is the argument that Colorado is making. And they know it. They know. The lawyers, the judge, they all know it. Which is why they have to constantly keep saying, but insurrection, but January 6th. No. But the feeling, you had that feeling. Didn't you have that feeling too? No, I didn't have that feeling. No, I don't agree with you. And factually, empirically, you're wrong. Empirically, it is not correct. Legally, it is absurd to even think about this as being anything but true, anything close to true. It's not. And they know it. They're going to lose in the Supreme Court. Okay, let me go back to some of the comments. People have been having. Because I missed a whole bunch. Graham said the mic was cutting in and out. I think he said that it was his system. Okay. Gray says, people are screaming treason because it sounds more damning than yelling trespassing. Well, yes. You're not afraid of people trespassing on public ground. No one's worried about, oh, you were trespassing on the grass. Oh, well, who cares? 300,000 people were trespassing. Ooh, that doesn't sound like that's going to change the government. Ooh, 300,000 people were insurrectionists. That sounds like, oh my God, the government's going to change. And in fact, if 300,000 people who were in front of the Capitol and surrounding the Capitol that day, if they wanted to take over the government, they would have. The government would have changed. We've seen it happen with 1% of that many people have changed governments around the world. Without weapons, by the way. Without weapons. This wasn't 300,000 people in a mob trying to burn down the city. No. That was Antifa with a couple hundred people burning down D.C. But that's another thing altogether. Let me go on. Graham goes on. No. Grace goes on. I wish President Trump would show up at the Super Bowl. On a side note, well, that would be interesting. That would be controversial. Could be good for him, too. Why not? Grace says, Colorado is going the way of California and New York. Well, they're doing it for California and New York. They're doing it because this does not support. You could not run this same argument. New York's Constitution, California's Constitution would not let this happen. Only in a couple of states, New Hampshire and in Colorado, have the ambiguity built into their constitutions, their state constitutions, that allows them to jump the loops, the hurdles of compartmentalized thought to make this illusion. So it's the only way they can get it done. That's why it's not in California or New York. It's why it's in Colorado and Maine. Dow says, which in practice? That's a lie. Oh, the argument from Colorado about President Trump being Schrodinger's president, that he is both guilty and innocent at the same time, that's a lie. His own military staff lied to him about troop withdrawals from Syria and would actively correspond with counterparts. Well, you're talking about Mark Milley, who was dealing with China illegally and in a treasonous manner. You're talking about insurrection within the ranks. They were not following the chain of command, and they were taking actions counter to what was being told. Yeah, our government is in a problem because people are using feelings to assume guilt and therefore taking action. But that assumption is the crime. That is the problem. That is the corruption. Gray says, Colorado acts as if Trump declared martial law and shut down the country. Trump was POTUS. He was president of the United States. And thanks to Biden's failed policies, he may be again. Well, that's true. I think in the polling, if it is accurate for the last 6 months, says Trump will win. Absolutely will win. Whether or not RFK is in there, Trump wins. That's just what we're seeing consistently. And yes, Trump, again, if this were a coup, Trump could have declared national law. He had the troops, National Guard, in there. He had, 36 different law enforcement organizations were on the ground in D.C. at that moment. He could have federalized any and all of them. He had the authority of president. He could have shut down the government. He could have done. We've seen this happen. This isn't a hypothetical that we've never seen in the world before. We have seen this consistently. Grace goes on. If you even like Trump's policies without liking the person, you're considered a Nazi. Well, that's the thing. Again, that's a feeling. They have a feeling. They feel like it must be bad. It has to be bad to justify their political ideology that was given to them by someone else. But there's no factual basis to it. It's a feeling. That's it. Grace goes on to say, most liberals that she knows think that Trump will win. Well, again, for the last 6 months and on virtually every single poll, about 95% of polls all say that Trump will win, either very closely or very significantly. But they all say the same thing. It seems as if the polls agree, and watch the markets rally if that's the case. Didn't General Mattis slide to Trump? Yes, he did. Is RFK gaining enough momentum to show to throw the election to Trump? Well, and I would recommend go to Real Clear Politics. Real Clear Politics, 3 words. That website is completely independent. It is completely neutral. All they do is they have a source of all polls, all credible polls that have been done in the election, or rather towards the election. And so they have a dozen of them, and they look at the average of them, but they also show each and every individual poll and the date that it was done and the organization that did it. And when you look at the polling, and they do look at Trump versus Biden versus RFK, and whether you're looking at that poll series or you're looking at just Biden versus Trump, in every case, 90% of the time, Trump is winning. Every single time. The only real question is, does RFK take enough votes away from Trump and Biden, but more Biden than Trump? He takes away votes from both of them, but he doesn't change the election. The outcome is exactly the same in the same percentage of votes for Trump versus Biden than without him. That's it. So as an example, if we're seeing 11 points are going towards RFK, well, what you'll see is 6 come from the Biden, 5 come from Trump, but Trump was beating Biden anyway by 5 points. It didn't change. It's just that both of them went down a little bit, but Trump is still beating Biden by 5 points. It's just that 11 points happen to be going to RFK, completely separate. So, again, it's not changing it. But, and again, don't have to believe me. Real Clear Politics is the source. It is credible, internationally recognized. It is an accumulation of all polls that are credible in the United States. And that's one of the sources that I use and most of the media use when it's advantageous. But you have many people who are disingenuous and they try and cherry pick and they look at polls that aren't credible, that aren't widespread. They look at one poll out of 15 and say, oh, look, see, here's the one, like since January 17th, according to Real Clear Politics, in every poll that has been done looking at Trump versus Biden since January 17th of 2024, every single poll except one poll has a tie, 2 polls show Biden winning by about 2 points. Every other poll, we're talking about over a dozen, almost 2 dozen polls since January 17th, all say that Trump win. either by 1 point, as much as by 6 points, but every single one of them say Trump wins. One says a tie, two say that Biden wins. That's it, by about 1-2 points. That's it. That tells you, overwhelmingly, everyone is getting the same answer everywhere they look, every time they ask the question. So, I think I've made the case clearly that once you take away emotion, Colorado fails. Once you look at it objectively and legally, Colorado fails. When you understand the law as it is written, Colorado fails. They want to hold off Trump, but they are wrong. And it is corrupt, and it is destructive, and it is the counter. The other thing that they want is they want enough people to get fed up. They want enough Republicans to be fed up to not show. It's meant to be demotivational. This isn't about trying. Trump has already won the Republican nomination. They don't need Colorado or New Hampshire, where he wasn't expected to win anyway. They don't need that. All they need is to disenfranchise, to demotivate Republicans from showing up. That's the goal. That's what this is about. This isn't about keeping Trump off the ballot. It's trying to make people feel like it's too much of a hassle to be involved. It is too much of a problem to go and vote. They're trying to convince people to be apathetic, that the system is already rigged and it is rigged against them and anything they would do. Therefore, don't show up. That's what Colorado is trying to do. That's what we're seeing with New Hampshire. Illinois is talking about it as well. Notice these are all bluer than blue progressive strongholds. They're saying it. You're not hearing this from red states. Even Michigan isn't saying this. And Michigan is blue. No. They're saying this to try and convince Republicans not to show up and vote. That's the only way that Biden can win, is if Republicans don't show up and they don't vote. If the independents, which make up 40% of America, don't show up, if libertarians don't show up, if everyone doesn't show up and they don't vote, Biden has a chance. That's what they're trying to do, convincing you that it's not worth the time, that it's too much effort, and you will not show up, and then they might have a chance. That's ultimately what it is. Grace says, I think Trump will win the Electoral College and lose the popular vote. Again, I don't think that's going to happen, but I understand your reason why. She goes on to say, thus Trump has his second term. I am so sick of the never Trump Republicans. They have been more treacherous than the Democrats. I think they're the same thing. Rhino, R-I-N-O, Republican in name only. They're the establishment, and the establishment wants power. It's kind of like what we're seeing out of the news media, which, as we showed in the earlier part, talking about the international, we're seeing the news media is using old news and old conversation about NATO when President Trump was in office that they didn't care about then, and they're trying to use it now to try and scare people away from voting for Trump. It's disingenuous. It truly is. Okay. So I'm going to pick up the pace because it's about 7 o'clock and I've heard the puppy again. So let's pick up the pace a little bit. Let me move on to Tucker Carlson. And again, folks, links to everything I'm talking about, all the conversations, you can see it in the description at the end of the show. Shortly afterwards, I will upload all of the links so that you can see them for yourself, so you can look at everything I've said and make your own decisions. I'm not asking you to understand it. In the Tucker Carlson interview, at about the 50-minute mark, I had that queued up earlier. Where is it? 50. Right about there. In their conversation,
we would have never considered to even listen.
So roughly in the 50-minute mark of the conversation with Tucker Carlson and Vladimir Putin, I thought it was kind of interesting because we get the actual motivation of President Putin, Russia's president, on why he is attacking Ukraine and what's going to happen in the future. Now, a lot of people said Tucker can't do this. That's stupid. Tucker Carlson is a member of the press. Being a member of the press is not defined as working for CNN or working for MSNBC. It is not working for the mainstream major media. That isn't the definition of being part of the press. That isn't it. Journalism isn't restricted to the big mega corporations. That's just not what the news is about. In fact, the news is about counter that. That's why every local area in America used to have a newspaper covering different parts of the news, not just local, state, but also federal and international. It's what I do because being a member of the press doesn't require a degree from Harvard and working for the New York Times. That's not the qualification. It's being honest. It's doing your homework. It's going and sourcing the information and making sure that you're informing the people and giving them the information they need to make their decisions. It's about information and dispersing that information. So Tucker Carlson is a member of the press. He's an independent member of the press, no different than me. He's got a better name. He's got more money behind him, but he's a member of the press. By the way, yes, I am officially and have been officially a member of the press since back in 2009. Okay, that's when I was officially recognized by politicians and the media, my peers in the media and government overall. 2009. So I am a member of the press. So is Tucker Carlson. We're the same in that respect. He has more money. And as a member of the press, it is perfectly logical and reasonable to do an interview. Whether you're talking to President Xi or President Biden or President Macron or President Putin. It doesn't matter how you feel about them. Again, feelings are not part of the equation. You can feel anything you want about any world leader. And I guarantee you in each of their countries, there's a segment, a portion, a percentage of their population that don't like them. That's politics. There's always someone who doesn't like whatever you decide. I don't care what level of government you're in. There's always an opposition. Always. No one's that beloved. Gandhi wasn't loved by everyone. Mother Teresa wasn't loved by everyone. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, they weren't loved by everyone. So if they can't be loved by everyone, you tell me a politician will be? No, that's ridiculous. Same thing about the news. But it is the job of the press to speak to influential figures that are involved in actions that affect the many. It is in the same reason why I have interviewed mayors of cities. I have interviewed vice presidential national, United States vice presidential candidates. I have interviewed individuals running for governor and for Congress. It's the same thing as interviewing Putin. They are influential individuals who have a position of power or seek a position of power, and they will influence the lives of many. Therefore, it is imperative for people to know what they think. What is the truth? As best as we can discern, to ask questions and to get answers so people can make their own decision. So the power of the people, especially in America, can rise up and if they need to, either support it or to counter it. And in this interview with Tucker Carlson, at roughly the 50-minute mark, because Putin is not dumb. Anyone who says he's dumb, you have no idea what you're talking about. You don't understand international politics. You don't understand the former KGB and how people rose up in that. You can't be dumb and lead the KGB or lead a nation. It doesn't happen. You don't have to like them. You can think they make bad decisions, but they're not dumb. That's just a fact. And Putin isn't dumb. Even if you think he's absolutely evil, that doesn't make him dumb. And he's not. And this, obviously, he's using this conversation just like every media event he has done around the world. Tucker Carlson is not the first person to have a news release or interview with Putin. It's been happening around the world, in China, in South Africa. It's been happening throughout the Middle East. It's not new. So when he does that, he's giving us a chance to see how smart Putin is and to see what his reason is. Now, Putin isn't going to come out there and go, I want to get back all of the land that the old Russian empire had under the czars, that he wants to take all that land back. He's not going to say it that way because that would be dumb. That would make too many enemies. People would be on guard. They would try and stop him. He's not an idiot, which obviously many people on the left think they're idiots. They don't see that. What he did do, though, is if you're listening to what he said and the way he answered the questions, he was very clear that he sees the Ukraine as a possession. Now, most of Europe goes back hundreds of years. Their history is hundreds, if not thousands of years old. And so the claims that people make rely on that history. Putin is someone who has studied the history, and he can justify his actions today going back hundreds of years. In fact, he went back to 896 to justify why today Ukraine, in his view, is not the Ukraine, it's Russia. And he's not the first one to come up with that argument. It's been an argument in academic circles for a long time. I know many Ukrainians. When I was living in Russia, I've known Ukrainians who had the same opinion as what Putin is putting out there. It's based on the historical record. It's based on how you look at the historical record. That doesn't justify what he's doing. Understand what he is doing. And under that same justification, what he's telling us is the historical ancient lands are his target. That's what he's after. He wants to rebuild not the Soviet Union and all its lands, but I believe in the way he's describing it, using history, he wants the lands of the Tsarist Russian Empire, which most people forget about. You know, the old Prussia, those old empires, which would include Poland, which would include the Baltic region, which would include parts of Finland, and a good part of Eastern Europe. People aren't realizing that. And that's the good thing that came out of Tucker doing the interview. I do recommend people check the 50-minute mark going forward. If you listen to what Putin is saying, you will understand that. And because Tucker asked the question and got the opportunity, we now understand, or can understand, what is the ultimate goal of Russia? What is their end game? Their end game isn't Ukraine. There is more to it. So there's that. I know the puppy's been getting active here. I think I do recommend that people check out one second, folks. I'm just trying to I'm just summing up a few things here because I gotta go and take care of the puppy again. I do want to point out that people should get rid of that. Come on, get rid of that. There we go. There is the special counsel on Joe Biden. Basically, this is their way to excuse Joe Biden is guilty. Now, I know the whole thing I just said about guilt, accusation equals guilt. I'm not doing that. Joe Biden is guilty of having classified documents illegally. That isn't accusation equals guilt. Joe Biden had classified documents. A senator does not have a right to have those documents in his home. Period. Full stop. That's the law. That is how the law is written. That is how the law is supposed to be enforced. A senator does not have the right to have classified documents in a garage next to his car. Full stop. Done. That is illegal. That is a crime. Joe Biden did that crime. he is guilty. He's never denied that he had the classified documents. He's never denied that he's stored those classified documents in less than secure areas, which means he committed the crime. He doesn't deny the crime. He's instead put out the excuse it's okay for him to have broken the law. That because he's vice president under Obama and because he's currently the president, then it's okay that he broke the law in the past. And, forgive him for his oversight. Well, that's not how the law works. You broke the law, you're a criminal, you should be punished, period. That's it. You don't get the excuse of, well, now I'm in a different position, now I'm different. Well, it doesn't matter, you broke the law. And as long as the statute of limitations applies, you broke the law, it applies. Considering we just found out about the crime and we just found the documents, which means the crime was ongoing to the present, there is no statute of limitations. He's still a criminal. According to the law, he broke the law. It is verified. There is proof. In addition, vice presidents don't have a right to have secret classified information, again, in an unsecure location, but in possession at all. Again, Biden does not deny that he had these documents, which is a crime. He says, well, as vice president, vice presidents don't have that right. Presidents do. Obama has secret documents. He has a right to them. Trump has them. Bush has them. Clinton has them. They have a right to it. That right can be given up and they can return those documents, but they have a right and they must secure them, which they were under Clinton, under Bush, under Obama, and under Trump. Those documents are secured, verified by the FBI. But Biden? No, they weren't. He didn't have the authorization. He didn't have the position. He didn't secure them. He's a criminal. He's guilty. But to get out of that, the only way out of that is to say that, again, this is another Schrodinger president moment, and Biden is both at the same time mentally deficient that he cannot remember things and therefore is not subject to penalty. He's so mentally deficient, he can't remember things to the degree that he cannot appreciate the crime he committed, but yet he is mentally intact enough that he can be the president of the United States. That doesn't make any sense. Either he is mentally deficient, which would be an excuse for, well, not excuse his crime, but excuse him from the penalty of the crime because he can't appreciate the crime he committed. And therefore, he is mentally defective and cannot do the job, or he is perfectly reasonably sound of mind, which means he can appreciate what he did, the crime he committed, and therefore can be punished for it. It's one or the other. You can't have both. Democrats, once again, are playing Schrodinger's president, where both things exist at the same time, and depending on the argument they're having and who they're talking to, they can compartmentalize it as, well, Biden is sharp as a tack, he's brilliant, he's the best international policy person we've ever had, and at the same time, but he's not guilty because he doesn't have his mind with him. He forgets things. No, it's one or the other, folks. It's one or the other. Again, that leads us to understand government is corrupt. It shows us bright as day. This is corruption in action. This is propaganda in our face. It is failing, and therefore people have apathy because they have no faith and trust in our government and our elections and our elected officials, which helps to destroy the infrastructure, the foundation of our society and our nation. That's where I stand. If other people may not agree with me, that's fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me how I am wrong, because this is what they're doing. And believe it or not, Schrodinger's president, I thought that was a term that I had come up with in trying to describe what was happening with the Supreme Court on Thursday. No, it seems like a lot of people have noticed the same thing that I've noticed, and they've been using that same term too. Schrodinger's president. That is the game that we are watching come from the left right now. Biden is anything and everything you want him to be, depending on that moment and that conversation. And Trump is absolutely evil and guilty, even when he had the power and wasn't evil and guilty at that moment. It's insane. This is insane, folks. And bear with me. Was there something else? Oh. And let me end with this thought. Because, well, two thoughts, actually. Two thoughts, really. One is we're seeing a consequence for all the Republicans that decided they did not want to vote. Again, they compartmentalized the crime. They compartmentalized what happened with Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, the Secretary of Homeland Defense. And there were three Republicans that voted against impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. One of them is Congressman Gallagher. As a consequence of that, he has lost the trust and faith of his constituents, and he's not seeking re-election. He is out, which is good. That is what's supposed to happen. When a politician, and in the United States, when you've lost the trust and faith of your supporters, your constituents, you are out of office. You don't get to come back. Goodbye. See ya. You're gone. Gallagher, not sorry to see you go. Now, do I think that that impeachment is the right answer for Mayorkas? I'm not sure. He needs to be removed. Well, I am sure that impeachment is the answer, because Joe Biden is very clearly not going to fire Mayorkas. Mayorkas has failed in his duties. His job was to secure the border, to reduce the number of illegal immigrants, same as Kamala Harris. As of March 2021, she was given the job to secure the border, to reduce the number of illegal aliens entering into America. And under her watch, the gates were welded open, and we have had more illegal immigrants than ever before. She failed. Kamala Harris is a failure. Point blank, there is no compartmentalizing it. That is a fact. And Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary Mayorkas, is equally complicit. He too failed. The border is wide open. We've allowed in thousands upon thousands of illegal aliens under his watch. He's told Congress that he had a plan that could work, and he was trying to make it work, and he didn't, and he lied to the American people. He lied to Congress, which is a crime. That's a perjury. He's perjured himself several times. He's covered up facts several times. So he should be at the least fired, because he serves at the pleasure of the president. But the pleasure of the president is to keep him. They want the border open. They want the illegal immigrants to flood into our infrastructure. They want this to happen. That's why, again, Harris, the Biden administration, ordered the gates to be welded open. Lukeville, Arizona. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. Lukeville, Arizona. They welded the gates open. We've reported on this before. We've shown you the evidence before. So they want this to happen. So Mayorkas will not be fired. No matter how incompetent he is, no matter how much he fails at his job or lies to Congress to cover up his abject failure of the public statement, which is close the border, reduce the illegal aliens. The private message, apparently, is open the border, let them all in. So when we have that impasse, the president will not remove someone who has completely failed the public objective and has lied to Congress and committed perjury. Well, The only answer at that point is impeachment, to remove him. Not because he's committed a high crime or misdemeanor, which is normally the standard. Not because he's committed treason, but in the summation of all of the crimes or these actions that he's taken to harm the United States, because illegal aliens are harming New York. Look at the 15-year-old who just shot someone in Times Square. Look at the police officers that were beaten down in Times Square. Illegal immigration is hurting America. Look at the $5 billion that is being spent on illegal aliens just in New York City alone that isn't going to the homeless or to moms to feed kids to education for law enforcement. And now multiply that by the same thing happening in Chicago, in Boston, in California. It's happening across the country. So illegal aliens harm America. That is a responsibility that lays on Secretary Mayorkas. So he has, through his significant failure that negatively, massively negatively impacts the lives of American citizens and endangers the lives of American citizens as it has, he has raised the bar to the level of serious and significant concern, and he needs to be removed, to be replaced. Since the president won't do it, it is the job of Congress to impeach him and to remove him. And that's why they should have voted to impeach him. Not because he committed a high crime and misdemeanor, although you can claim that the illegal aliens endangering the lives of American citizens is a high crime. You can say that. You are enabling individuals to kill Americans that they could not otherwise have killed. The people that were shot in Times Square, it couldn't happen if that illegal alien didn't get into America. Drunk drivers, illegal aliens who are drunk driving in America, couldn't happen if we didn't let them in. The gates were welded open. He enabled them to come into the country en masse. They couldn't harm Americans to steal from them or kill them unless he let that happen, unless he failed in his job. So that can be considered a high crime. I'm not saying it's a high crime. I'm saying it is a series of violations of law and endangering the American people such that at such a level that there is only one recourse left: removing him and replacing him. And that would be impeachment, since the president refuses to do so on his own. So Gallagher is wrong. Again, public may disagree with me. That's up to you guys. Final thing is, please do check out we had some local news. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. There was a local conversation about what? Oops, did I just screw up something? No, I didn't. Okay. Am I still on YouTube? Yeah, okay. Sorry, I hit a button. I thought I lost it. There is a conversation. Where is it? There. So earlier this week, we had a local event. We were talking about the, sorry, folks. I'm trying to do three things at once right this second. So I apologize for that. Come on. Let me focus on one thing first before I do the next thing. That'll work, Mike. That's it. Do one thing and then do the other. All right. Come on. Come on up. Okay. There we go. Nope, stop. So what you see here is from earlier in this week, we had a conversation about local politics, about defunding the police. I won't go over it now, but I do recommend to people, it's about a half an hour long. I do recommend you look at this. I have found out since this time that the author of the legislation about defunding the police, John Solak, has responded back to me, and he has confirmed I got it right. What I believe what was happening something that would have resolved the issue of defunding the police in New York State and upstate New York, something that would have clarified for the public where their elected officials stand, whether they believe in the things that they have said to get elected, to gain power. Do they actually believe it, or is it just something, a manipulation they were doing to be able to gain power and to be able to manipulate the public? We have the answer. I have the answer. I know John Solak has responded to me. He said, yep, I got it right. And I think this is worth finding out about, because if it is happening in upstate New York, it is happening in your community too. The very same kind of questions, answers, the same kind of response, the disrespect of the public is the same. And I think people should be aware of it and know how this is being done, how you are being discounted, nullified, how you are being disrespected by elected officials, even at the local level. Maybe even worse at the local level than any other level. So I do recommend people check that out for themselves. And again, the links, over the next hour or so, the links will be up. Let me see here. Final couple of comments here. I see Grace has to say, wait a minute, I want to check on Rumble again. Nope, no one's saying anything. I know people are watching on Rumble, but no questions there, so that's okay. Sometimes the people love to watch on Rumble, but they don't like to ask questions. I don't know why. That's okay. Maybe it's the Super Bowl. Maybe they'll ask questions afterwards. Grace says, I think Trump will win the electoral. Okay, I already covered that one. Oh, Graham. Graham says, if the House successfully impeached Mayorkas, who chooses his replacement? Biden? Yes. Joe Biden would. It would go through the same process. Joe Biden would select his nomination, his nominee for the appointment, and they would still have to go through the Senate and get approval. So it's the same process as if there were no one there in the first place. So that doesn't change. The only thing that changes is Mayorkas would be out. And presumably, during the time that he would be out, we would have his deputy step up, assume the duties of Mayorkas, of the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, take on those duties and those responsibilities until Joe Biden appoints somebody, and that person would be approved. So it would be the same process. Dow says, I saw that the Democrats filed an FEC filing against RFK to try and force him out of the race. Yeah, and that doesn't just affect RFK. That would affect every single political action committee ever. It basically, what the FEC is trying, what the Democrats are trying to do with the FEC right now is reverse Citizens United. Essentially, they're trying to shut down any funding for any third-party organization ever. And if they are to win this, it would be almost impossible for any third-party organization. That would be the Libertarians, the Green Party, the Communists, the Rent Too Damn High Party. They're going to try and use it against all of them. None of them will be able to exist anymore. The only thing you'll ever have after that, essentially, is going to be Republicans and Democrats. Pretty much that's it. If you don't already exist, you're not going to exist, and no one else will win elections ever again. That's what they're doing, essentially. And I think it's pretty dangerous. And they're doing it by using a law that has never been enforced. It's been 30 years. The filing with the FEC is a regulation no one has ever used. It is a dysfunctional law. In fact, it is an invalid law because no one has ever been charged with this. The law existed on the books. No one in 30 years has ever been charged. So it is an assault against RFK. They're targeting RFK and third parties today because it's politically advantageous. It is actually a violation of law to use this against RFK because it is bias, because no one ever has been charged with this, not even Ross Perot. Not even he was charged with this. This is a violation. This is punitive action based on political ideology, and it should be shut down. Would it hamstring the funding for? No doubt. It would just redirect. So instead of giving money to the various committees, the Democrats would just take it directly. They already do. Same thing for Republicans. They just take the money directly. All it does is stop other groups and organizations from being able to be funded easily. It would make it almost impossible for them to get as much money as they do today. Democrats don't care. They have an infrastructure. They already have the ability to get the money. They don't care. They don't need the committees to raise hundreds of millions of dollars. Neither does the Republicans. That's them get an extra 10, 20, 30 million. They don't need it. Grace says, great. Like the duopoly isn't bad enough. Didn't know this. I knew the Dems were after Kennedy in Michigan, but didn't know the details. Yeah, this is it. They're trying to take out RFK because, again, if he's in the race, Biden, well, whether he's in the race or not, Biden loses, but they can blame RFK for the loss. And what they're blaming the poll numbers, they're trying to say, well, RFK is drawing away money and attention from Joe Biden. Meanwhile, there's an almost complete media blackout about RFK Jr. Almost no one in the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about him. It's not that he's not having events. It's not that he's going out talking to people, that he's raising commercials and he's out there. He is. They just don't talk to people about it. I know this for a fact. I've covered events about RFK where all the news media were invited, and even the Associated Press, who did send one reporter, didn't really cover the event. I covered it. They just didn't care. This was in New York City, downtown Manhattan. Not far, we were 10, 15 blocks away from the New York Times headquarters. They couldn't find New York Times headquarters. They got 10,000 people. They got a couple thousand people in New York City alone. They couldn't have one of them walk over to Baruch and be part of the event. Yes, they could have. They blacked him out. So kind of vicious. And again, I don't care. I don't want RFK to win. I don't agree with RFK, but he should have the chance. He deserves the right. He's an American citizen. He has the right to run. He has the right to make his voice heard. He has the right to get his supporters to vote for him. And that maybe improves the situation by giving the other guys competition. They have to be better because if they aren't, RFK could win. That's what I hope for. So I'm not upset that RFK is in the race. Dow says we need sundowning built into our legislation. For those who don't know, sundowning would be term limits, essentially. It means that there is a specific time at which legislation ends. So theoretically, and this is the problem, Dow, we have that, as in like with the Patriot Act. The Patriot Act is renewed every other year. It has a time limit. And that time limit comes up and then it gets renewed. And it gets renewed. It's kind of like looking at the budget. We know the budget has to be done by a specific time. The United States budget has to be approved. And when it isn't, well, they kick the can down the road and they do a continuing resolution. But you failed. You are required by law to have a budget, period. Not to kick the can down the road and here it is, we're in February, getting ready to go into March, and they still don't have a budget. And they'll kick the can down the road a little bit more, come up with some kind of... Meanwhile, we're spending money. We're increasing our debt, but they're just kicking the can down the road. That's the problem with sundowning. It works if you remove the ability to just keep doing it, to keep renewing it, renew it, until forever. You got to have it be an absolute, once this day hits, this law stops and cannot be renewed. Cannot be renewed. That's what we need. We need absolute term limits. Once this happens, you're done. Kind of like with the presidency. You get 10 years maximum. The most you could possibly get is being president for 10 years. And once that's done, you're done. You cannot run for president again. You've used up all your time. It's an absolute. That's what we need. Grace says, RFK Jr. makes Biden look even worse. RFK has a slick campaign. No one covers the Patriot Act anymore. No one covers the Patriot Act anymore because otherwise people would eventually notice, wait a minute, isn't this supposed to end? Isn't this supposed to be temporary? If it's supposed to be temporary, why is it still here? Because it never ends. And that's why no one talks about it, because no one wants to address, it's supposed to end. When does it end? When do the secret courts stop existing? No one wants to talk about that. And as for RFK, well, everyone makes, Joe Biden makes Joe Biden look bad. Joe Biden from 20 years ago makes Joe Biden today look bad. Joe Biden he's mentally deficient. He's horrible. He's weak. And he's hurting America. He's hurting the world. He's hurting our allies. Okay. So, folks, I've been on for 5 hours, which means 4 hours without the break, but we have to go now. I think we've covered a lot. It's time for most people to watch the Super Bowl. I want you to have a great time. What is it? Oh, 7:30, yeah. Most people are going to watch Super Bowl. Have a great time watching Super Bowl. Hope your team wins. Taylor Swift, I don't know. Maybe she sings a song. I don't know what she's supposed to do. I don't care. So, everyone, I want you to have a great time. I will see you Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Please consider at some point if you have been entertained by any of it, if you found any of it to be useful or effective or entertaining, if you listen to me as you go to sleep, I don't care. Please like, share, subscribe. Help us to reach more people so they can do the same thing you did. Even if it means that you're just listening to my voice as you go to sleep. Fantastic. That's a reason too. Please, I ask you to help me with that. Yep. Thank you, Graham. I thought it was good too. Everyone, I want you to be well. And